levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5 Min Lab. Fast-paced and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5 Min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace 32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5 Min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Jester. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth it. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace 32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store, and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Jester. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth it. And as always, Welcome to the update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Jester. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store, and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Jester. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade
up, as in like being comfortable in the top 8. But there's some teams who were in the top 8 and they drop out of the top 8, so they'll be looking to come back today. Who knows what might happen?
Yeah, apologies. It seems like the sound wasn't working early on when we first came on, so apologies. We'll introduce ourselves one more. My name is Victor Cax. His name is Sir Cloud, and we're bringing you guys the second day of the last chance qualifiers for the PUBG Asia Super Cup. We've already seen 4 straight days of PUBG action here, but then today, this is going to be the one where it matters the most, because by the end of the 5 matches that we have planned for this Sunday's edition of the PUBG Super Cup, means that we'll be seeing 8 teams go to the grand finals, and 8 teams will be going home essentially, or rather stay at home, because for the most part they are playing at home, aren't they?
Or maybe from their gaming houses. So,
Yeah.
Either one. But nobody wants to be in that position. So today, the last 5 games will determine everything. It's the first time we're going to be having an elimination in this tournament.
Yeah, indeed it is. So again, we're just, I think a lot of teams are hoping that the efforts they've made over the course of yesterday's 5 matches will be enough, you know, to hopefully get them within arm's reach of the top 8. And we've seen some very interesting trajectories from a lot of teams coming into this final part of the last chance qualifier. Particularly, you know, yesterday we've been seeing a back and essentially between Theeerathon FIVE as well as One Call. I've noticed a really interesting pattern, you know, going through the scores from yesterday. Matches where like T5 does well are matches where One Call actually does very badly, and conversely, the matches where One Call does well, Theeerathon FIVE does very badly. So it feels like these two are just like trading places a little bit.
Yeah, it feels like they are kryptonite with each other, right? Yeah. That continues on today or not, but here's a reminder of the schedule for our tournament. So today we are on May 21st, which is the last day of the last chance qualifier stage before we determine who will join the top 8 from the group stages onto the grand final stage next week. So mark your calendars, ladies and gentlemen. May 24th till May 28th will be the date that we will crown the champion.
Yeah, and that will be a day that you guys want to follow along, because it's going to be 5 straight days of grand finals there from the 24th to 28th. So you don't want to miss out to see who will be on top when it comes to the Asian region here for the PUBG Asia Super Cup. We are back. Apologies for the cut off on the mic there. Slight technical issues on that end, but hopefully we'll be able to keep things moving along smoothly from here on out. And as I was saying, you know, May 24th to 28th, make sure you guys tune in for the grand finals though, because you want to find out who will be the top teams when it comes to the global series for this region here, and that's where it's all going to be determined.
Yep, we'll crown the champion and we'll know who will take home the prestigious crown of being the PUBG Asia Super Cup champion, as well as the $20,000 grand prize as well. But just to kind of make sure, mark it in your own calendar because you don't want to miss out on the action. But just to recap a bit on the overall event format, we've completed the group stages whereby 24 teams fought it out, and we've found our top 8 teams on the group stages that we will meet again next week in the grand finals. Right now, we're at the LCQ stage, the last chance qualifier stage, in which we will determine who will be the top 8 that will join the other grand finalists later next week.
Yeah, one way to kind of think about the format here is that, you know, you have a top 8 upper bracket, which are representing the top 8 from the group stage itself, and you have a bottom 16 lower bracket that will be fighting out in the LCQ stage. So this means there was ample opportunities for all 24 teams, you know, to get a chance at the grand finals. But now that we've already reached the latter half of the last chance qualifiers, it means that this is where things will come down to the wire, certainly, because only 8 teams will be joining the top 8 going to the grand finals anyway. So this is where things will be really heated, I expect, on the battlefield as we get into the matches later on.
Yes, it will be, because today is pretty much a do or die situation for our teams. And when it comes to a stage where there's elimination, teams will get desperate. We might see hard drops later on in the game. But here is our point system. We'll be using the super rule for this tournament.
Yeah, so the standard and universal PUBG esports rule set is the new set of rules been introduced from 2023 to standardize the global esports scene here for PUBG. So that means there's been an overhaul of the placement points here. Only the top 8 teams will be able to earn placement points in this regard. There's also been an overhaul in the way that kill points and placement points are doled out a little bit under these rules. The format as well is standardized when it comes to the blue zone spawns, when it comes all across the different maps. All those will have the exact same timings now, so there's a little bit less, I think, for the teams to think about when it comes to the differences between the maps. But at the same time, this new format here has changed a lot of the meta. I think a lot of the strategies that these teams have been using back in the Continental Series now has to face its own adaptation coming into this competition here, because these new rules have certainly changed the way these teams are playing so far, as we've seen from the evolution from group stage until now.
Yeah, and speaking about evolution, well, the money they can gain can be evolutionary for them. Yeah, whereby the first place will receive $20,000 and it winds down all the way to $1,000, which also means that whoever gets eliminated today will take home $1,000. But I'm pretty sure all these teams don't want to be in the bracket. Everyone wants to eye for a bigger prize money. I mean, it is money at the end of the day. So the moment any team qualifies onto the grand finals, their bare minimum is $2,000.
Exactly, and you know that means that, you know, any team that's gotten here to this stage here will still not go home empty-handed anyways. But kind of feels bad when you miss out on that $2,000 if you don't get into the grand finals anyway. And you know, with the total prize pool being 100,000, it is one of the bigger tournaments here for this region. So that's why a lot of these teams are just vying to get themselves up to the very top.
Yes, and speaking about the teams eyeing for the very top, we have here, ladies and gentlemen, teams competing in the last chance qualifier stage. We have Area 310, Attack All Around, Deadly Strike, Enter Force 36, EXO Clan, Global Esports Xsset, New Generation Esports, New House Esports, Team Number 1, One Call, Purple Moon Esports, PM Redsea Esports, SunSister, Theeerathon FIVE, Unicorn Venom, and Purple Moon Esports. They have a very interesting strategy of playing it yesterday, whereby they are heavily focused on getting kill points.
They were, and we had a bit of a discussion as well about this off stream, because I feel that under this new super rule set, granted placement points are going to be a lot more rarer. It's only offered for the top 8, but it's just hammers home seeing the way that teams have played throughout the group stage and the last chance qualifier, that, you know, not being part of the final 8 of any map means that you're going to be losing out on a lot of points, even if you're a team like Unicorn Venom or Purple Mood, who tends to focus a lot more on those kill points. It's not necessarily guaranteed will even find themselves in the top 8 by the end of the day anyway. So I feel that, you know, the weightage for that is still is such that, you know, the placement points can be still very, very important for these teams.
Yes, and we'll be looking forward to see if any of these teams have a particular map that they like, because we'll be playing the same map sequence. Of course, we're going to start off with Miramar as per usual. We have a Tego in between, and Tego is a messy, I wouldn't say it's a messy map, but because the map's so small, the gameplay of these teams become messy, and that's of course fun for us to watch. And we'll come back to the classical Erangel map for the last 2 matches today, and even in yesterday's Erangel, it's a slow, steady start for all these teams, but the moment it reaches circle or phase 3 to 4, that's where we see everyone just take fights, and we saw a lot of third-party fights as well.
And that's really interesting to analyze, over the course of the group stage as well, because I think from the first day itself, we saw a lot more early phase fights. We saw a lot more teams going for those hot drops. We're seeing a lot less of that actually coming into this last chance qualifier. And I think that teams are now starting to understand that, taking these fights early on doesn't necessarily guarantee you a lot of success towards the end. If anything, they will want to try to conserve a lot of their equipment and energies towards those mid to late game fights. Now, here are the overall leaderboards here. As you can see, the top 8 as represented are going to be T5, One Call, Attack All Around, Unicorn Venom, Enter Force 36, Positive Mental Attitude, Purple Mood Esports, as well as New Generation Esports. Those are right now the teams that are sitting in the top 8 here. Teams like EXO Clan, NHE, team number 1 are still within range to try to contest against the bottom 3 of the top 8 here. But safe to say, I think it's still a very competitive sort of like setting we have right now, because the difference in points between these teams is still very narrow.
Yes, it is narrow enough that I would say even like, because we've got 5 more games to play, right? Even like a GX could be able to get into the top 8, but of course you must take into consideration that all these points will move as well. Even like the current top 8, their points will move as well. So if teams like GX, 310, SST wants to get into the top 8, they need to do a lot more as compared to yesterday.
Or like in the case of teams like PMA, for example, they actually had a bit of a downward trajectory when it came to the first 4 games, but the 5th game where they got the chicken dinner and a handsome haul of kill points, that immediately shot them back up into contention with the top 8. So I think for the teams that are not in that top 8 yet, can still bank on the fact that a really good performance on any one of these maps can immediately bring them back into competition.
Yeah, so here is our new graphic that we'll share with you guys, and we can talk over this, whereby the kill leaders for the last chance qualifier stage so far that was yesterday. So Tanador currently is at the forefront. He was an amazing player yesterday. And what I noticed from the numbers as well, we look at the ratio between the amount of kills versus the damage output. Tanador's ratio is actually one of the lowest, meaning that he secures those kills without dishing out as much damage as anyone else. I mean, like, if we compare with Lun, who was amazing at the last game, he clutched out like 2 teams towards the end. He got 9 kills, 1,500 damage, but for Tanador, he got 13 kills by just trading off 2,000 different damages compared to London.
And I think this is also indicates the style of play that T5 tend to do, because they aren't necessarily the most aggressive team on the map, I feel. It's just that they are supreme opportunists. They tend to observe fights from afar and then decide when they want to try to move into attack. And that's worked well for the strategy, because that allows them not only to overcome a lot of teams easily that way, but that also prevents them from taking fights that are unnecessary, that prevents them from being part of the final 8 of any map. And Theeerathon FIVE has used this strategy very well to get themselves in the first rank so far in this last chance qualifier, and I think that's very well deserved.
Yes, and no doubt as well. I mean, this team, they're able to survive very long. In fact, they started off the day yesterday with 2 chicken dinners, kicking off super well, and the moment they got that 2 chicken dinner, they never let go of that number 1 spot. They remained a certain level consistent. Yeah, they had some a little bit of a dip after the 2 chicken dinners, but because they already set the benchmark that far, that's why they were always on top. At least, and even in the last game, they still secured a 2nd place finish. Except was when London came in to spoil their party. But if it's not because of London, they would have gotten that 3rd chicken dinner.
Yeah, and the thing is that those 2 maps or matches that they kind of dropped were when they switched from Miramar to Tego and then subsequently Erangel. So it does seem to indicate that maybe they do struggle a little bit whenever the map changes. But particularly, I think teams like One Call, for example, were able to capitalize on those matches where Theeerathon FIVE became a non-factor during these final fights, and that allowed One Call to actually close the gap between themselves and the current leaderboard leader here. So one thing that I'll have to say about Theeerathon FIVE is that you have to be constantly aware about where their movements are. And some teams like NHE, you know, did that to their detriment, especially during the final match of the day, where in the end they completely ignored Lundun, just backstabbing them from the back. Then when you look at teams like One Call, you know, like I mentioned earlier on, you know, the rounds where Theeerathon FIVE underperformed were the ones where One Call actually overperformed everyone else. They got 2 chicken dinners as well, same as Theeerathon FIVE. But even then, without those chicken dinners, they were consistently finding themselves outside of those final 8 of every single match here. So it seems like when conditions are right for One Call, they are absolutely able to take the opportunity and convert that into a huge haul of points. But when things go wrong for them, it seems like they will drop very, very rapidly.
Yeah, in fact, yesterday they got 2 chicken dinners for themselves as well. Didn't really have the best of starts, but it doesn't matter how you start, right? It matters how you end. So far at the end of yesterday, they managed to get a 2nd place finish, and their point difference with T5 is not that far. It's only 8 points difference. But if you kind of look at it from a holistic view or from a high level view, it also doesn't matter whether you're number 2 or number 8, as long as you qualify to the next round. So that is probably something to take into consideration as well. Maybe they're trying to have that little bit of a balance so that they don't overshow their strats as well, because considering that they are in an okay position so far, you do not want to review too much for your opponents who are watching this game right now, who are also waiting for you in the grand finals.
Yeah, and it can even be a function of just like risk versus reward, because as we mentioned, taking early game fights can sometimes be very detrimental. I think One Call may have got themselves into situations that they didn't necessarily need to in the first place, but that speaks to sort of like their goals maybe for those specific maps that didn't quite pan out, you know, based on the situation on hand. So there could be a potential that One Call may adjust their strategy as needed for today itself to basically, like, what I want to see from them is a lot more consistency. You know, if they're not getting chicken dinners, at least finish somewhere in that final 8 there, then placement points wise, you know, can still at least keep up with the rest. And when you talk about that level of consistency, I have to give a shout out to Attack All Around, because this team, although they weren't able to get chicken dinner at all throughout yesterday's matches, they still consistently finished in the top 8 every single time. The placements were like 3rd place, 2nd place, 7th place, then 2nd again, then 6th place. So always consistently getting placement points no matter which match they ran into. And that consistency has allowed Attack All Around to take the 3rd spot right now in the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, in fact, they don't gather that much attention just because they haven't got the chicken dinner just yet. But if you look at it from an overall perspective, they're actually on the same amount of points as One Call. And it's just because the reason it's just because One Call got 2 chicken dinners. That's why the tiebreaker allows them to be on top of AAA. But again, it's all about being in the top 8 for now. As long as you're in the top 8, you're okay. And with the 46 points collected by AAA, they're fairly comfortable.
Yeah, and it's also worth talking about some of the trajectories some of these teams have gone through. PMA, for example, you know, if it wasn't for that 1 chicken dinner, I don't think we'll be seeing them actually in the top 8, because even though they started the day with a 4th place finish on a Miramar, but they've been on a downwards trajectory from that point on. 8th place, then 11th place, then 12th place through Miramar, Tego, as well as Erangel. So it shows that, you know, if it wasn't for that chicken dinner, I don't think they'll be in the conversation for the top 8 for today. So hopefully be able to like step up their performances coming through the rest of the day.
Yeah, so we'll just check out the highlights from yesterday's game. So yesterday's game, I would say that it's very different as compared to the group stages. So yesterday's game, I think the first 1-2 circles for most of our rounds are kind of chill. I guess it's because like we did talk about it off camera, is that teams are starting to adapt to each other and the current point system, and they start to realize that, okay, there are some things that they should do a little bit, they should take a step back rather than just win all out guns blazing. So that's why it kind of took like, for the most maps, it took like phase 3 or 4 onwards, only we see all the major fights happening. Yeah, we do see some smaller skirmishes, but that's about it. But for the most part, it's like the major fights happen phase 3 or 4 onwards.
I think it's also an effect of having the top teams from the Thai and the Vietnamese regions, for instance, kind of dominating everyone else during the group stage, that made it quite hard for these other teams to find their footing and to also get good sort of fights for themselves. And now with those teams kind of removed from the equation, we're starting to see these teams start to spread their wings a little bit, start to get a little bit more confident in taking these pickups. And it's been great to see that the adaptation is already starting to kick in now for a lot of these teams, particularly Attack All Around, for the Japanese teams as well. Even though they haven't been able to, aside from Enter Force 36, haven't been able to make a splash compared to everyone else. But it seems like they're slowly but surely getting that confidence to actually go out there and actually pick up more kill points, and that's really exciting to see.
Unfortunately for Redsea, they started off really well during the start of the day, but towards the end, they kind of lost steam, and this was their last crash in the last game, whereby they happened to crash into Unicorn Venom's compound after losing one player. They didn't really have anywhere to go, and they happened to bump into another team with a full squad still, so the numbers just was against them anyway, and they failed to win the fight in that compound. Hopefully they'll be able to come back today as well. But in this last round, besides that, we did see some amazing plays. If we were to look back again here on the highlights, there were a lot of explosive plays as well, and even it was closed out by Lundun with his amazing solo play that we have to appreciate him.
You can see all of that happen here. I mean, the whole time, new House Esports was so focused on trying to take the fight to T5 that they completely ignored Lundun, who was holed up in a complex up on the hill. And Lundun, realizing this, took that opportunity so well, just slipped right behind NHE, eliminated that whole squad, leaving it to become a 1v1 between himself and Panapong. So that was pretty much the best performance that we've seen from PMA so far. Redsea Esports, I want to see them try to do a lot better today here. I mean, I think they themselves know that they've underperformed consistently throughout both the group stage and now even the last chance qualifier. They typically have good starts, but they really cannot stick the landing somehow towards the end of the day.
Yeah, because they're the only team representing the Malaysian region. So I'm sure fans from the Malaysian region will be looking forward to see if they can qualify onto the grand finals at least. But they really need to start off from game number one. Some teams, they have this trend whereby they are a slow starter. The first few rounds may not be something of a momentum to them, but once they hit that one round where they did okay, they just go all the way. Redsea is just the other way around, it seems, unfortunately. But for PMA, I think it's one of those teams that they had a slow start, but towards the end, it was explosive, especially for Lundun, the MVP for the day.
Yeah, you can't really tell it from their faces, but what I've been seeing every time we go to their player camps is that they seem to just be having fun throughout this tournament, even though I guess they perhaps are using, it's probably their way of coping with the pressure they have, being one of the few teams from Taiwan representing the region in this tournament. But you can't tell any of that pressure just looking at their faces. Oftentimes I just see them joking and laughing with each other, which is really great to see that even in a tournament like this competitive, there's still teams out there, they're still finding the enjoyment, having this kind of competition.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, it's all about having fun, right? You don't need to necessarily put too much pressure on yourself. Like, as long as you have fun, sometimes things will just flow and you find your rhythm and so on and so forth. And that's where comms can get better. You're more open to conversations, to feedback, basically just how you coordinate yourself within the game. So it's all about having fun first, and everything else will just come by.
I mean, when you think about it as well, the name of the team itself is Positive Mental Attitude. So
true,
it's really wholesome. I think they just go in these games with always a positive mindset. Even they'll just roll with the punches. Take the loss on the chin, but still always find a way to come back somehow. So we'll see. I would love to see a lot more PMA from here on out. Nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, you can see now the split of the teams as we go into our first match of the day here. We can see that Redsea and NHE decided to jump out quite early, and that actually worked out well for them because the circle actually lands closer to the start of that flight path here. So we already have El Pozo being the main battleground, it looks like, for this next few phases.
I'm kind of worried for Snox from PMA though. We look inside of El Pozo. He might be dropping around some of the team members of UV. So hopefully he don't get caught in the crossfire later on. But he seems to be hovering outside El Pozo, maybe realizing that there's already another team inside of there, and it's not worthwhile for him to try to challenge it. Anyway, the other team members of PMA seems to have gotten the vehicle, so they're probably going to go for a pickup. And from our view, at least, we can tell that for Monte Nuevo, it's kind of empty. So if PME somehow decides to loot inside Monte Nuevo, it will be a treasure cove for them.
It could be as well, but you also have PLM set up quite close by. Perhaps they could be using that high ground to spot PMA's movements, as well as AAA and NGE, who will be moving in towards the south side circle. They're the closest right now to this next safe zone here. But then you also have teams like Deadly Strike, like Global Esports Xsset, 2 other teams from Taiwan as well, who decided to drop closer to the eastern side of the map. And they're going to be a lot further than everyone else here getting to this next safe zone. So the problem, may have to cut through one call, they may have to cut through team number 1 or even 310, who decided to take a position by this town that intersects the paths for both of these teams here if they want to get to the eastern side of the circle. So there's certainly a lot of potential for those teams in the middle right now to be gatekeepers from the teams moving in from the east. But for now, though, things are going to be slowing to a bit of crawl. As we said, I'm going to be expecting a lot less hot drops in this competition now, not only because hot drops are risky in general. You know, on the last day of the tournament, you don't want to take more risk than you necessarily need to. But I think, secondly and crucially, these teams are aiming not really for the fights in this first phase. They're aiming for the fights from the third phase onwards.
Yeah, you don't want to be the first few teams to go out because potentially you might not, you might end the round without a single point. So that's something that none of these teams will want. And as we have gone through the numbers earlier on, every team up until the number 16 can still get into the top 8. It is still possible. So you want to take every round seriously. You want to take every round by the round itself and reset your your mentality for the next round. So that's why we can see that a lot of teams are a little bit focused, more focused at least for the first round here. I hope this continues on because you never know sometimes. You want to fight till the end and let everything else takes its place by its own.
So UV has decided to take control of the El Pozo region here, and that's putting them smack in the middle of a whole swath of teams just surrounding this whole town. You got Redsea on the north, you got PMA on the south, you got NHE on the east, on the west, and then you got PLM on the east. And when you also look at T5's position on the map now, it seems like 310 decided to move away from Hacienda del Patron and are moving into the territory that's being held by T5 right now, which they seem to have this preference right now for taking high ground and hilltops here that has served them well in a lot of cases where they can oversee a lot of battles. But it also means that for 310, they can easily find a path to carve right through the front line here. Although I think Goni is meeting up with Rosset Jr. from T5, in fact, already opening fire on him as he attempts to try to ride across on his Jeep here. So I think 310 might be looking to get some early pickings here.
Yeah, he should be okay looking at the terrain, but it looks like not. Okay, Goni got him covered from the other side, and they're going to open up the flank on the top hill as well. So Wesker has it covered. Wesker just making sure that no one else is nearby. He's just shooting blanks there. No one's there, Wesker. No one's there, but he doesn't really know. Yeah, and he's just trying to see whether someone's there.
Oh boy. Wesker did get the knockdown to Rosset, though Tanadol is now moving up here to try to back up his team. So is Hansawat. They are now trying to keep the pressure going on the 310's Wesker. Goni will take out Rosset Jr. already, so Tanadol is already one man down. Hansawat is moving up now towards Goni's position here, but it's under fire by Kind, forcing him to get into a shed here. So this fight actually is working out well for 310 now because they already got one knockdown. They got two actually because Tanadol just got taken down and Hansawat got taken up by the frag grenade. This is going from bad to worse for T5 because now they're two men down. Goni will finish off Hansawat, leaving only one more member from T5, Pantapong, but he's already far away from this battle here, and he's not going to be involved at all.
Yeah, not at all. So it looks like he's going to let this go. So Patapong will survive, and hopefully he'll be able to collect those placement points, or maybe pull off a Lun Lun at some point.
Maybe, but it's very, very early into the game right now to have your whole squad eliminated. So that's going to be so tough now for Pantapong because remember, the revive system is not available for this esport mode. We were running 2 patches behind what's currently live on ranked. So there's no chance for Pantapong to bring his teammates back. He's just going to have to play this the really hard way now, being the only team with a solo member remaining here.
Yeah, so you don't want to start off with that sort of handicap level fight because it becomes lonely. You don't have anyone else to kind of like well you can still comms with each other, But then again, you don't have anyone else to like, okay, you check here, I check there. It's like all on your own, and it's a very punishing system in case you get eliminated. So it's something that it's never fun to be playing all alone, especially from the start of the round.
So one call using E pickup to get themselves to the west of El Pozo. It seems like Simoy is going to try to land on top of El Pozo itself. It looked a bit worrying because NHE was spotting him parachuting down and looked like they were in a position to knock him out of the sky, but it seems like he was able to land onto El Pozo intact, so that's good news for one call. Although EXO Clan right now is moving on to Trick's position here, so he may not be in the most secure position right now because he is alone. Jexy and Nando are set up in the compound just across the road from there, but not within range right now to get engagement onto EXO. Trick is going to have to run away from here and hopefully doesn't get caught out by some stray shots coming from EXO Clan's way.
Yeah, Trick does have a vehicle though, so he's 100% on foot. He's being shot at. Is he? Okay, no, he's not being shot at. In fact, there's cover fire giving him room to actually escape, so he's A-okay for now. Hopefully he doesn't bump into any other team. So far from our view, he'll be alright, but his teammate is coming to pick him up.
Yeah, Simoy has already picked out a vehicle, so no doubt he's going to pick up one trick one call's trick, because otherwise if he were to proceed on a foot, he might come under fire from both Redsea as well as New House at the same time, and that's not something that one call will want as well, to get their squad under fire this early into the game. Still 1 minute 26 seconds to go though before the end of phase 1. The blue zone's already crowding around, corralling everyone into this next safe zone, but for the most part, all the teams now are within range of the of this next circle here. This Deadly Strike and Gex, of course, have just only entered the circle from the west as well, from the east as well as the south, respectively. So it seems like most of these teams are not going to be taking too long inside the blue zone itself. Instead, they want to try to gather themselves around El Pozo as quickly as they can so they can start getting some engagements done.
And speaking about engagement, so far no other big engagement other than those small skirmishes, as per what we kind of predicted. That will be the trend here today, maybe except for the last game, whereby normally the trend is that in the last game there will be some teams are just too far off to qualify to start doing stuff. But then again, that blue now putting fire onto Deva. Deva shot at almost down though, and his vehicle, he doesn't have cover.
Oh!
And there you go. Haka is the one that got him.
Yep, Deva's on the ground now, so that's going to be forcing E36 to decide where they want to take the fight. Silky has already got out of his car, but XP1 continues to move on to try to head off NGE from the northern side. But he needs to come out now to support his team, though, because the rest of them are bogged down in this fight. NGE is sensing the opportunity now. They get a knockdown to Star-Lord here, and it looks like Van Urk should be able to finish him off unless XQ1 is able to react in time. Sylphia is going to try to get a gank onto that blue, and the ping still quite getting through, although he does get quite a bit of damage done on the FIVE. Now Star-Lord has been taken out of the map here, so that's means E36 is down to just 2 people.
Star-Lord, the clutch master for their team during the group stages against 2 teams, unfortunately will be taken out. So they're left with 2 players, and again, it's a big handicap at this stage of the game, but hopefully they'll be able to survive. Now we can see that Xsset moves on to a compound. This compound for our view is clear, but he's just going to let that compound go, probably prioritizing the high ground.
But then Sylphia is now being chased very hard by Hakai. He's picked up a vehicle, so he's trying to get out of the way, but that might actually run him straight into PMA's position here. So NG is continuing to give chase. They do spot him from a distance now, but he's trying to get himself up to this rocky surface here to try to use as a bit of cover, but now he's under fire by PMA. Lun catches him with a headshot, so enter force, I think that's going to be done now for Sylphia. Unfortunately, no one's going to be able to come to him. XP1 is all the way on the western side of the circle, not going to be able to support him at all. Very unfortunate now for Enter 436.
That leaves only 1 player left, so it's not good news for them, obviously. PMA, on the other hand, none other than the man himself, Lun, securing the first kill for their team, and he's opening up the account, his own account for today as well. And now looking at the circle, most of the teams are currently in it. We've got a couple of teams on the outside of the circle still traveling in, and it's quite populated on the right side of the circle. So teams coming from the right might face some challenges as they come in.
Yeah, number one especially are under fire right now, and a knockdown of both Mohyun as well as Virtue 2222 has caused number one to suffer casualties early on here against Gex, and they're certainly happy to go pick up those kill points here. Zika1 is going to have to run them by. No way he's going to be going into that fire right now, because there's just too many members of Gex already lurking around there waiting for the next kill. But Zika1 is going to try to hit a complex just to the north of them here, hopefully to maybe salvage some points, but Gex in the meantime taking some fire from I Am Pete though, so PMA noticing this battle happening here are also looking to be opportunists at this point.
Okay, look, let's see if they can take the opportunity to take that one from number one, but no, Yuri can't because he's been shot at from the other side. So a little bit of cover fire given by number one, but it's actually I Am Pete, okay, from PMA, putting pressure onto them.
Yeah, PMA continued to keep them under fire. In the meantime, just off screen, Deadly Strike has got a knockdown. Already got C8 Jason knocked down here. So they're being bogged up in the fight on the north of the circle against One Call as well as EXO Clan, who are just happy enough to just keep them sandwiched there. But in the meantime, for PMA, they have a perfect position here to have a look on both the fight that's going on between Gex as number one, and then also to try to keep NGE gate kept. Should the circle actually land a little bit more eastwards, this will certainly favor PMA's position a lot more.
New House Esports, on the other hand, sharing the same area with Redsea just beside them. New House Esports, they have the high ground, Redsea on the lower ground, but Redsea has a compound, so that's kind of like the trade-off between these two teams. And it's okay as well. There's no right or wrong answer, especially at this base of the circle. So both teams have their own respective advantages. But Purple Mood Esports, will they be in the mood to gather more kill points after what they did yesterday? Looks like the answer is yes so far. Tanawa with a long range, let's get the first knockdown. He tries to find the second one, lands his shot.
So close.
Only one bullet left. If we could land that one, he'll get that knockdown.
And Wesker is already knocked down anyway, so 310 are a little bit bogged down in this position, which is going to be fantastic for PLM if they can just get a beat onto them. Next circle is still landing on top of both UV as well as PMA as well, so UV did the right call by trying to take El Pozo, although things are getting a lot more crowded for them from here on out. And you can see Deadly Strike moving from the north. They had to cut through the blue zone to avoid the fire coming from EXO Clan and One Call, and unfortunately already lost a couple of members because of that. They're going to try to get into a collision course right now with Trudoy from New House Esports, but suffice to say, they are already 2 men down, so it's going to be quite hard for them to take the fight even if they want to.
Okay, we can see movements coming in from the northern side as well, but a emergency pickup being used by one of the teams to try to get into the circle, spotted out by SunSister. Looks like they're going in for the chase. They want those kills. Whoa,
they're actually hot dropping on top of PMA's position here, so this should be kind of interesting here. SunSister is going to be moving up from the south side now to try to wrap around the western flank of PMA. Hakai is already getting themselves on top of the hill here, whereas like the rest of PMA are down on the ground, complex to the east here as well as the west. So they're certainly having a good position to try to hold. Whereas like NGE wouldn't be able to assault them quite soon. The thing is that that is allowing them to get a shot onto Teddy though. Teddy's already down. It looks like NGE should be able to collapse onto that flank.
Oh, ouch, Hakai being shot at. Luckily he's knocked down, because if he's knocked here, it's going to be hard for his teams to pick him up. And he pops up the smoke, just giving him a shot from the fire. And Runex from the bottom tries to take him out, but not able to land it.
Yeah,
but at the same time, you can see that T9 takes down Hakai instead.
T9 is actually taking the higher ground, whereas Runex and Fevin are holding the front line position here, keeping the fire and the pressure onto NGE to make sure that they can peek over the kills there. So that's forcing them into a bit of a quandary at this point, because NGE, even though they use the E pickup to get themselves up there, it seems like it's going to be very hard for them to fight their way down. All right, we're back. Sorry for the sound issues again. Looks like the fight has been taken straight towards UV's compound here. Purple Moon Esports hold up in the shack right now because they've been under fire from 310. Gex is also moving rapidly onto their position as well. EXO Clan has already got themselves onto El Pozo, are now moving swiftly through that village here to try to meet UV in contact here. Looks like PLM is already on the move now. They want to try to overrun Gex's and 310's position, and with 2 members left on 310, looks like they're trying to hail an E pickup here, so grenades are already being sent out now to try to disrupt them. It seems like they're still trying to wait for the plane to come by, but I don't think they'll be in time though. They still have to turn around and fight against PLM, and they're already been knocked out and started to
Get it! Got it!
Tanawa and Fluky finishes off the rest of 310. They're out in 15th place.
Wow, that was sharp shooting there by Tanawa. I mean, you can't expect any less than the guy who's on the kill leaderboard by now. I mean, that was amazing there. And it just shows again that PLM, they are going for the kills and how good they are at doing it.
Yeah, so they really capitalized in there, and again, they were being suppressed very heavily from 310 the whole time, so it must be cathartic for them to finally take them out. PMA steady, getting knocked down for the up team tie. No one to rescue him this time around though, as looks like Gex will be able to want to take the kill for that one. Redsea as well, trying to get a shot onto NGE. Things are getting very chaotic right now on the southern side as NGE are finding themselves under fire from a lot of different teams. EXO Clan also getting themselves into the mix as well, getting between where PLM and Gex is, and now Gaz has already been knocked down, so this is already getting from bad to worse here for EXO Clan, as now they find themselves in the middle of a huge dogfight here, and Purple Moon Esports is struggling and trying to find their footing here. Tanawa down to 4%, he's the last one standing as the new Generation Esports continue to remove his teammates from the map here. He's going to have to dodge around in between EXO Clan's own lineup, and in fact, Chimpy gets caught with a stray from Hakai there. That will be the end of EXO Clan's run.
Man, look at the amount of targets here available for that blue. Right now, NGE, they already got 5 kills to their name, and they're not stopping yet. Right now, speaking of stopping, they're trying to stop AAA from coming into the circle. AAA, something happened down there, not too sure what is that, but Tanawa's been taken out. That means Purple Moon Esports is out. Yeah, Purple Moon is out. The attack all around, getting into the circle here. It seems a little bit unlucky for them to catch the shots there, but again, the firefights were breaking out all across the south side. Number 1 as well, find themselves squeezed very hard from both Gex as well as NGE, and they're being pincered very heavily right now. In fact, they can only have the rocks against their back to prevent themselves coming from under fire of NGE, but with Gex's Leo being up in front here, he's making sure that no one can get anywhere else. Oh, Leo, he's on the outside of the circle as well. Same goes for team number 1. How are they going to get out of this? Team number 1, they have to go through a couple of teams, as you can see on the minimap. There's like NGE waiting for them in the circle as well. There's PMA waiting for them. Xavier just chooses to drive in all alone, being the scouter, opening out the roof for his teammates. But his teammates doesn't seem to have a vehicle, and now AAA is closing in on the up gen. Yeah, and NGE is a little bit tied up as well, looking the SST as well as PMA, because they're the ones who are able to have a clear shot, whereas right now, number 1 is trying to force Leo out of position, but again, he is keeping the pressure onto them, and there's no way for them to get out of here, you know, there's no way for them to climb up the cliff side here, and even if they do, they will run straight into NGE if that's the case, so they still need to try to figure out how to prevent Leo from being able to stop them in their tracks. In fact, Nambawo finds Up Chen attempting to come around and take a distance shot here from the side of the blue zone, but again, NGE are picking up an E pickup in order to get themselves away from that position here, but Leo moves it forward, takes out both Lambao and Zikao, and takes the team number 1 out in 12th place. Nicely done by Leo. He waited for the right time, and the blue was putting pressure on his opponent, and when they were forced to move forward, he needed to take that shot. But now, looking over at PMA, they're kind of busy on their own as well, because NGE has came into the compound, so they need to play the defensive stance. Yep, defense is going to be important here for PMA as well. They've been holding the position for quite a while, but the Blues has now forced NGE to actually use a pickup to get all the way down on top of them for now. But NGE is still able to find some shots of the PMA. Already got a kill onto Pete now. Just need to try to get Luna out of that tower here, and they should be able to secure this zone. But for now, PMA is still watching out for Gex's own movement on the other side, where AAA is already moving straight onto that team from Taiwan right now. So they're going to be raring to try to get some fights and get some kill points. Okay, here we go. SST, they need to fight against NHE just right in front of them, but SST right now, they're kind of in a handicapped situation without Runex, have been eliminated earlier on. At the same time, we can see that Patapon naded down Nanju. So it looks like a team fight. They're kind of busy on their own.
Yeah, there's a fight that's happening on the northern side there, so one call still able to find him in the end though, so 10 teams still remain at this point. NHG continue to collapse on the SST right now. They got a knockdown Imhawk. They're trying to finish him off. They will finish him off there, so Fev and Attain9 now forced to decide whether or not they want to continue this fight or try to pull away, but where can they pull off to? There's only roads going on here. Open ground is going to be an open invitation for everyone else. They just might just hope that everyone else is just busy with their own fights here, because currently they're in a very precarious position against NHE.
Here we go. I noticed that Redsea have been eliminated by one call. Looks like on the other side of the circle, but now the circle have shifted. Only 2 players are currently in the circle. Everyone else will need to find their way in.
Again, it's a very wide open ground here on this circle, so they want to try to wrap out these fights here on the hilly terrain as much as they can in order to farm those kill points. Now, Venom just moved out of the city and now into the fire here from one call who just spots them coming up the road. So they're already being bogged down here with both Smell and Sylphie both being knocked out. So Power gets taken out as well. One call earning all of those kills, as well as Lucky J getting one last shot there to steal 1 kill point from one call.
Okay, one call. They're not done yet. They only have they managed to get like 6 kills so far. Doing pretty decent, but they're currently on the outside of the circle, and the circle will shift in about 10 more seconds. Trick managed to stop by a loot box. Now PMA still kind of busy on the outside together with NGE, still in the same compound, and NGE seems to be winning this fight.
Oh, Van Erg's got taken down by Lun Lun now. Fab is attempting to try to flush out the other member of PMA, Snox29, who is still inside the house that NGE is trying to assault. Lun Lun is now coming outside here to try to collide into them right now, but again, with Gex and SST also moving into their position, they look like they want to try to farm both of these teams for kill points. Here. Oh, Fab takes out Snox29, so that will be the end of PMA, so they will have position for now, but again, Gex is also rapidly repositioning themselves to try to head off NGE before they get into the next safe zone. They do also spot Trick from Jexy attempting to get themselves to the care package that just landed on the eastern side of the circle here, so Gex is a little bit tied up right now. That should be the opening now for NGE to move on.
And one call on foot without a vehicle. We need to fight their way through. Looks like one call still on the outside. They're being forced to stay outside at this moment. But Tay9 is moving into the circle, and Tay9 straight into the middle. Tay9, this is an open position. Tay9, 30 health left, will be shot down.
No way. Long K was just waiting and waiting for him. Goes for the shot, takes him out completely. So now SST is down and out. 4 teams still remaining. New House Esports, Global Esports Xsset, Deadly Striker, as well as one call. The remaining teams in this circle here. Now NHG has already done well to try to take control over the south side of the circle, but the problem is, like I said, open ground all around. You still have a big main road that runs right through here, so not a lot of cover for these teams to use. Vegetation also extremely sparse, so in any case, you want to take any of those sheds right now, which is what Deadly Strike is doing here. Both Lucky J and Mao Rush just holding up inside and hoping that no other team is going to be coming around their way.
And I really like the rotation coming in from New House Esports. They took the left side, and now they are not only in the circle, but they managed to get away from the smaller side of the circle that is cut off the road. So right now we have 2 teams still on the other side of the road, and having to cross the road in the kind of situation is not fun at all, because the road is always an open area and you'll be easily shot down. So they manage it super well. NEG with 4 men still intact has the best chance of getting the second winner.
Yep, Global Esports should be able to finish off Jexy there on the outside, so that will be 5 kills now in Leo's hands. But I'm getting a bit of a flashback right now to the last match of yesterday when NHE, took control of the circle, but were not able to stick the landing. Now we are seeing a similar situation here with 2 members on either flank on the north and the south here, constantly keeping the pressure onto both Deadly Strike as well as one call and Leo from GEX. So we'll have to see how they want to try to play this. Looks like Trudeau is going to try to take a slow approach now towards Leo's position here. Might actually pop him just over the hill here. In fact, Leo is going to duck behind the car in order to stay out of trouble, but Trudeau pretty much will be able to cut him off if he wants to try to get to his next safe zone.
Oh, here we go. Leo will be forced to move in about 10 more seconds. Same goes for Trido, but Trido anyway, he's in a position to actually backstab other teams, so they don't know his current position. It feels like Lulu all over again.
But problem is he has no grenade, so he cannot keep pressure onto Leo there, so that's allowing him to continue to spot both one call as well as NHE, but then just popping the hit on top there allows Tridoy the space to get the headshot, to get the shot onto Leo, so it takes him out. Gex is already out now, meaning there's 3 teams remaining. One call is the only solo, has only the solo member left here as in the form of Trick, and now Tridoy is in position to keep him under pressure.
Look at the spread here by NHE. They have everything covered from inside the circle to the outside the circle to the flanks. And now these 2 teams will be shot at by NHE. Hoi An tries to get his target, managed to land a couple of shots, but not enough to take anyone down just yet. Trido is coming in from the other side as well. Trido from the outside the circle coming in, so he will be the one to backstab these 2 teams.
That's perfect now. NHE collapsing onto the Destiny Strike's position. Already 1 knockdown, 2 kill. With the frag grenade will be taken by Trick, and Long K will try to finish him off here in order to try to take a chicken dinner, but Trick is still holding his own headshot. Will finish it off, and New House Esports finally gets their redemption here today. They were so close to getting the chicken dinner in yesterday's final match, and today finally they managed to put it all together.
New House Esports from Vietnam securing the first chicken dinner for today. And New House Esports, they were on the outside of the top 8 before this, but with this chicken dinner, you definitely shoot them into the top 8 after this.
Oh, this is guaranteed because they were only floating around in 10th place before this. So again, yesterday was their game to lose actually during the final wrangle round, and it was suffice to say they might have learned their lesson a little bit. Just taking a much slower approach towards the teams that were still stuck on the outskirts of the circle, and this time around finally managed to actually take full control of the circle this time, not like how they did last time where they just completely ignored one other half, which was where PMA's Lun Lun was. So nevertheless though, for everyone else, again, like exactly we expected, the early phase was still very empty, and it's only when these teams start to get corralled towards the 3rd and 4th phase that we start to see all these fights just break out.
Oh yeah, this is a good one. Yeah, to me that's one of the highlight shots of this round. Tanawat, the man himself, of course coming from Purple Moon Esports, a team that we saw yesterday had a lot of firepower in them, and that move was just a showing of how sharp they can be.
Yeah, I'm going to be excited to see how much kill points they managed to get out of that though, but we did see even one call as well, stealing some kills away from other fights that were happening around the area, and then Tay9, I mean, a brave attempt for him to try to get the shot out the window, but Long K was just unabated at all, not even under pressure even, it looks like, from the way he took the kill. Then we had Leo, who had been a gatekeeper for not just one call, but as well from number 1, and in fact took out that team almost single-handedly, but unfortunately with the movements that the New House Esports managed to do towards the end here, and especially this frag grenade that Long K managed actually not Long K, Trick was the one who got the frag grenade kill from there, so they were just really might not be a little bit happy that they lost those 2 kill points, but nevertheless they still got the chicken dinner.
Yeah, they still got it. However it is, they still got it. I was kind of looking forward to see that nade tossed in by Long K to get it, but I guess another nade came from the other side, so it was a matter of whose nade arrives first. If not, he would have gotten it.
Yeah, whose nade is it anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, whose nade is it anyway?
Oh my goodness, but at least for one call, that was a good couple of kill points they managed to earn, because otherwise, they probably wouldn't have a chance to take any good fights in that final phase, because with 2 members already taken out during that scuffle from the on the eastern side of the circle there, we had like 3 teams basically collapsing on each other. The way the circle funneled everyone into this zone, and with NHE in them in particular, they looked like they were going to try to take the fight to SST on the south side, but once they realized that SST was very much immobile in that situation, they decided instead to try to move up to take control over the circle early on, and that was what allowed them to have the perfect positioning, going to this final fight, because you have 2 members on the south, 2 members moved up to the north there, so they had a perfect spread to have a good overview over the situation towards that final phase here, and that I think gave them all the advantages that they needed.
Yeah, and I think that was a really, really smart move, because they played from the top of the hill and they went down to one of the houses just below them. They fought a little bit. They didn't really finish the fight. Instead, the call was like, okay guys, let's leave the fight. I think they were fighting against GX if I'm not mistaken. So the call from the IGL was like, okay guys, I know you guys are still fighting, there's still GX there, there's still points to collect, but nope, let's think of the bigger objective that's getting the chicken dinner. So they left the compound, made the rotation on the left, and when they are on the clear, they know that no one else is there. They started to spread out, and the moment they did that, it was just them spreading out and closing back to the other team who are left within and also outside the circle to just finish up the job. So I think that was great shot calling from the IGL.
Oh, for sure, and also great play from Troy Doi from the team as well, because again he had a very cautious maneuver towards Gex's Leo, and he was also in position to hit off one trick especially, and that allowed the rest of New House Esports to also move up at the same time. So I cannot stress enough, like his positioning there was perfect for New House in order to make that final maneuver towards the end anyway. And if he didn't get a pick off of the Gex, they had a lot more to worry about anyway towards the final fight. But then again, I say worry, but then again, they were the team with the full stack at the end anyway. So just like how it was with match 5 yesterday, this was going to be their circle of lose, but this time they stuck the landing. This time they got the chicken dinner. So I can only imagine the relief they had on their side.
Oh yeah, this chicken dinner definitely will boost them up onto the top 8 without a doubt, that's for sure. But we want to see how close the points are as we go along, because it's only one game and we still have 4 more games to go. So it just shows to the other teams on the outside of the top 8 that there's always hope as long as there's still games to play. So if they can play like how NHG, not giving up just yet, and they'll be in the top 8 just like them. But now looking over on the match leaderboard scores for that round, so NHG obviously with the chicken dinner, they secure the most points in this round.
And that's a really good performance from Gex as well. Getting 10 kill points in this round here certainly will make up for the disappointment that was for them in yesterday's matches here, because they were sitting in 16th place overall and were not even consistently being able to get into the final 8 fights. So this being able to not only be in the final fight but also getting those 10 points is going to be crucial for them to stay to get an upwards trajectory here. So I will be excited to see how much movement they will have once we have the overall leaderboard up. NGE as well. I think this was a team that I was pegging to have a good performance during this last chance qualifier. They seem to have dropped a little bit in terms of overall performance, but it's great to see they're still able to get themselves into a 5th place position here with 8 kill points. Now, obviously, one call and NHE are vastly dominant here in terms of points now, and with the 2 frag grenade kills there that Trick managed to do at the end, I think that certainly allowed them to stay ahead of Gex by the end of this.
I also want to point out that Purple Moon Esports, again, another 0 point placement, 0 placement point round for them, but they still managed to get 5 total kills, putting them up to page 1 at least in this match leaderboard. So again, they're still with the same meta that they're comfortable with, trying to get as many kills as possible, don't think too much about the placement points, and they will still reap the benefits out of it, even higher than some teams who try to go for the balance, just like maybe like UV or PMA. And at the end of the day, it's all about collecting the points.
Yeah, but I only wish that they were a lot more consistent when it comes to the score line to get every single round, because sometimes you get 5 points like this, sometimes you can get 10 points, but lacking those placement points means that they aren't able to stay competitive with the top tier teams like AAA, One Call, or T5. So they're always consistently finding themselves outside of that top 8. As right now, they're literally 1 point away from getting that top 8. So maybe that strategy of not focusing on the placement points might be coming back to bite them a little bit now in this final phase.
Ooh, yeah, the team with the lowest amount of placement points. Of course, they're tied in with 310 as well as Redsea, but look at the kill points. The kill points, is it the most? It's the 2nd most. Now that T5 has caught up with them with 34 kill points. But anyway, like what you mentioned, there must be a certain amount of balance as if they want to get into the top 8. Now that the fact that they've been pushed out of the top 8, the next 4 rounds will be crucial for Purple Moon Esports.
Yeah, and as we said, New House Esports certainly were going to be in the top 8 here. They've upgraded themselves to P4 right now, just behind AAA, and tied in points with their fellow countryman Unicorn Venom. So that was certainly what was needed, especially given that they missed out the chicken dinner points yesterday itself. Finally, they managed to get the first one of the day. So hopefully that will translate into some momentum for this squad here in order to stay in that top 8. I think the NG as well, still remain in 8th place right here. E36 has dropped quite a few places now to put themselves behind Positive Metal Attitude here by 2 points, and currently they're tied with NGE. So these two teams I think are in the borderline here from being relegated from this top 8 here. So I think they're going to have to make a lot of concerted effort in this next Miramar map, and maybe even on the Tego and Erangel matches later on.
Would you say that the T5 and One Call, they're comfortable right now to the Grand Finals?
I would say for the most part, yes. Given that they're still like 12 points clear of AAA, I don't think they're going to be any threat of relegation, but I think it's going to be a matter of pride between these two teams right now, because they seem to be trading that top spot at this point, especially One Call's resurgence towards the after the Tego map. It seems like they've finally found their footing here, and given that they performed relatively better today on Miramar compared to yesterday itself, it seems like they are on an upward trajectory. They really want to try to challenge T5 for the lead overall in this leaderboard, and even though it doesn't really count so much in the grand scheme of things, but I think it's going to be important for One Call to be able to up the ante, so to speak, when it comes to their performances here, and that's really great to see that they finally managed to kind of overcome the difficulties they had in yesterday's Miramar matches.
But I think that if we want to talk about them being booted out of the top 8, right, it's benchmarking them with 60 points versus the number 9 at least. That is currently at 35 points if I remember correctly, and the gap is quite significant considering that we only have 4 more games to go. I think if they want to be really secure, like like the points can't catch up to them, is if they do well maybe in the next 2 more rounds, and they can have an extra 2 rounds to chill, looking at the current points.
Indeed, they are. So again, it's great to see that it's still going to be a competitive fight for the lead overall here. But in the grand scheme of things, I think T5 and One Call has already done more than enough in yesterday's matches to secure a very high probability of being in the top 8. It's just a matter of not dropping the next few rounds. T5 particularly had a very bad takeover round yesterday, so that's going to be something they need to watch out in match 3 later on. And for One Call though, they just had to keep up this trajectory here, because this is looking very good for them now. They were successful in the first round of Tego, as well as the first round in Wrangle, and because those were the 2 they got the chicken dinners in, obviously. But nevertheless, they also have to watch out for matches where they have dropped very early on. Those are the ones they need to avoid, I think, from here on out, because if they still have that inconsistency going, on, it's very risky. They might even find themselves in the borderline by the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, but if they're at the borderline even, then well, as long as they're on to the grand finals, I guess it doesn't really matter.
Fair enough.
But if you kind of think about it as well, just putting a thought here, right? If they are already up there and they have a reason why they're up there, because they're good. So it feels unlikely based on that theory that they'll really drop all the way. And most is like, okay, maybe they gather like 5 to 8 points or maybe 10 points, and that's probably their worst drop per se. And if they can even maintain that, I don't think that will affect them that much.
I mean, there's still a high probability they could try to pursue a chicken dinner yet again on Tego, and I think if they get another chicken dinner, then I would say they'll be totally safe for the grand finals here. Having a look at the highlights here for new House Esports, they started off the day in 10th place. Now they upgraded themselves to rank number 4 here, 20 kills in total, 4,516 damage here, total survival time of 2 hours 24 minutes. So they certainly have the performance actually to be one of the top 8. It's just circumstances didn't quite favor them yesterday, I feel.
Yeah, sometimes it's also about like the circle probability, right? Like where will it move? Is it far away for them? And so on. It's just like how, if you remember the group stages for Archangel Predator, the circle kept running away from them, and despite how great of a team they are, if you don't get the circle, it's also very difficult. So there is an element of luck to it that also can determine the performance of the teams, but the teams will need to play really smartly, and I guess that's where for you to be a top team, you must be able to overcome these challenges. And so far from what we've seen earlier, the circle did move away from the new House Esports, but yet they are still able to catch up to it, and they're still able to overcome the challenges that they face. Now, new House Esports, they are not a team that is like super consistent. They had good games and they didn't have good games in certain rounds yesterday. So it's all about like for now, since they're already broken into the top 8, somewhat borderline. They will just need to find that level of consistency, and most importantly, don't go out without 0 points in the following rounds.
That's the thing, because like the rounds where they weren't in the final 8, they've only been able to muster 2 kills over like the 3 games that they failed to make it into the final fights. So and even in the ones that they do, which they finish in 2nd and 3rd place, they only managed to muster not even able to capitalize too much on kill points on rounds in particular. So that's why their performance is very much middle to below average, I would say, over yesterday's overall. So I think that's something that they have to examine right now, whether or not, is it really circumstances, or is it just some bad choices that they made during those rounds in particular that led them to be eliminated early on? But that's the level of inconsistency that makes it quite hard for them, I think, to compete with the other teams that are on the borderline too. But nevertheless, being able to get themselves a 4th means that they have a buffer to work with. They still have they will still have some points that will keep them ahead of some of these other teams, and they're hoping that this will make the difference in the end.
Okay, let's see if there's any difference here in this round. Round number 2, we're going to come back on to Miramar, and this time, this is one of the best flight paths I've seen. Nicely cut across in the middle. It's like one straight line, and every team has an opportunity to get onto their regular drop slot.
I don't even remember the last time I've ever seen a flight path this straight and like parallel to the grid here. But okay, I mean, splitting exactly down the middle here, so you can see teams just deciding to go both ways here. Redsea going on the western side, EXO Clan going on the eastern side. Got number 1 as well, deciding to go towards La Bendita and Generalis, and then you got Purple Mood as well, trying to take control over the center of the map here by getting onto the power grid. So an even spread for a lot of these teams right now. I think E36 decided to jump out very, very late. With XP1 going to be landing somewhere south of Los Leones. So I want to see like if anyone's going to get any hot drops here, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case now. So yeah, like I said, I think the hot drops is going to be sparse. Oh, look at that though. Circle down by the south side.
Yeah, at least it's a different kind of circle this time, because I think that the last few Miramas we got a fairly center or towards the upper side of the map kind of circle, but this time we're going back down south, and this kind of southern circle, looking at the first circle, it's likely to go into somewhere just on the right side of Chumacera. So that is where it's there's a lot of open and flat land there. Yeah, there are some hills to play with, but no area that is like really, really high ground. Unless it goes towards Chumacera and down south, then yes, that's where all the high grounds are at. But if it goes towards the left side Los Leones or the right side Chumacera, then it's medium-sized hills.
And I think crucially, there's a lot more vegetation in the south of the circle anyway. So if I would expect E36 will be wanting the circle to come closer to their end anyway, given their position here. But the vegetation could become a huge factor later on in these final phases, because we've seen how much that affects the visibility, especially on maps like Tego. That's very apparent there with the thick vegetation it has. So we'll see how that will continue on. In the meantime, though, PMA is still very much in the world of their own right now. One call actually has 1 player missing from this side. Not exactly sure what's going on there.
Okay, yeah, I'm not sure what happened there, but hopefully he's A-okay. Right now we can see that Unicorn Venom, quite a good spread as well. I believe the last time we saw them, they are spread on the left side of the map, but this time, and they were pretty much nearby together, but this time they chose to open it up a little bit more. And sometimes the strategy for them to do that is that so that they can maximize the loot around. That's number 1. Second is that they can send like 1 or 2 individuals outside just to grab vehicles, and they can manage the vehicles later on, rather than everyone loots and find vehicles, which can kind of slow down the pace of their rotation. And speaking about pacing of their rotation, AAA, despite their Picado, and that's somewhat in the middle of the circle, but they still decide to come out of Picado fairly quickly. I'm not too sure where they plan to go. Maybe high grounds of southern side Chumacera. That can be quite on the side of the overall circle. So I wonder where they'll go after this. We'll be keeping an eye on that.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that for now. I mean, for the most part, I think it's going to be these rotations here that they had to watch out for. I actually see 3 teams on screen here. You got AAA and One Call, both in their own convoys. SSC's Runex has already set up on the hill that they're headed towards. I think One Call spotted AAA here. In fact, Auto-Script is just keeping Trick very humble here by taking him down to 21 health points here. So I think One Call may have to stop here to in order to try to get track of the situation. But AAA in the meantime has continued to move on and actually moved ahead of where One Call and SSC are. So if anything, this is forcing One Call to be in a direct confrontation with SunSister.
Wait.
What?
What just happened? They just got a chicken dinner.
They just
New
got
House Esports.
They just got chicken dinner, and then now they get dropped as the first team out of the count. What the heck just happened at New House Esports there?
Okay, I mean, I'm baffled as well. And they got eliminated by EXO Clan. But during the first circle, when the map was still open, didn't realize that there were any hot drops. So now that I kind of think about it, I think there was a hot drop somewhere up north. But because like both teams' color schemes are pretty much like the same, like an orange and a yellow, so maybe it wasn't that visible. But that was my best guess of what could have happened. A hot drop somewhere up north, and that just happened to be the case. And now, speaking about drops, so Leo was lucky to get this drop for himself. He is in the clear. It is an open field, so he got to make that loot fast before someone else comes in.
Yeah, Unicorn Venom on the move right now to stay away from PMA, it looks like. And they're going to be circling around the edge of this next safe zone, so hopefully to try to find a village or a good complex to work out of for this next phase here. But there's still plenty of time, though. The blue zone is still not pressuring a lot of these teams yet. AAA might be finding themselves under pressure from Area Force 310 because they're just collapsing onto their compound now. All guns blazing,
Here
actually. Chankowov is spotting Goni going for the flank. He's going to get a frag grenade out. Jedi is taking a top position on top of the roof of this barn house, but isn't able to get the knockdown he's looking for. So 310 is able to set themselves up by the chapel here. This is going to be a big pressure now for attack all around.
Oh, here we go as Jedi gets knocked down. So AAA right now being sieged down by 310. 310 coming in, all guns blazing. 310 not needing any long range support. They sent everyone into the compound. And now Jankuov, it looks like he tosses a molly, tries to buy time for himself to try to get the information. And beautiful shot with the AUG on the left, gets the knockdown.
Yeah, but an attack all around, still holding their own here. The 310 is going to try to get up to the upstairs. Rascal almost gets him at the end of there, but unfortunately Jacko gets knocked down. It's Wello comes down off the stairwell here. Wesker is going to get popped a little bit. Auto-Script gets into the building, gets a knockdown to Kind. Now it gets onto the upstairs here with the shotgun. Waiting Wello around the corner, but Auto-Script takes a lot of damage as a result, having switched off to the AK-47. Finishes off Wesker right by the stairwell, gets his first 8 kit out. All this attention is attracting number one to come into the area as well, so they need to wrap up this fight as quickly as they can.
Oh yeah, number one, they'll be looking to take advantage of the situation coming in as a third party. Vrillo, last man standing, reviving his teammate. Can he make it in time for Kane to get back up? As O2 Skirt will do the same as well.
Yeah, he will get a revive, but he started a little bit later compared to 310, so they will be able to maneuver as soon as Kind is back up online. But with number one breathing down their backs here, it's looking very, very difficult here for them to continue to take this firefight here, because they know that as soon as they're done, it's going to be an attempt from coming outside. Frag grenades is going to be taking out O2 Skirt, so I think the AAA has been taken out already.
Oh yes, and now that means it's a signal for team number one to come in. But Zico have been knocked down by Vrillo on the other side. Same time, Velo trying to defend this area together with Kane, and now tosses out a molly onto the other building, but no one will come in just yet. Reloading his barrel, waiting for the right moment, but no peaks happening for the side of team number one. Lambao Wu tries to find an opening, but he needs to pick up his teammate. His teammate is currently bleeding out.
Yeah, number one now having control over the barn house here will at least keep an eye out to 310 decide to exfil from this area, but it seems like they want to dig themselves into this house here. Vuelo pops out the window. Lambao almost gets the headshot through but unfortunately has to back out, having taken damage down to 53. Whereas Rello at the moment, keeping an eye out within the farmhouse to make sure that no one else from number 1 is going to be providing them any sort of surprise. Virtue 2-2-2-2-2 will be moving in as well to try to back up his teammates here as Miaoyu is still bleeding out.
Lulu takes a hot shot somewhere else, but Virtue, the moment he arrives, immediately being knocked down. Now Velo with a high ground advantage, and Velo will be the one to get to become the duo who did it to take out team number 1.
Yeah, that's a good one there from 310. They were taking the assault on 2 teams there and actually won both of those fights there, which is exciting to see for this Japanese squad. In the meantime, Redsea Esports has picked up an E pickup for themselves and now moving up down southwards to try to get to the coastline, it looks like, of this next safe zone, while the blue zone still continues to crash around all of them here. So they're going to be, looks like Mr. Flank is going to be jumping off a little bit early here. Dean and Don Pablo are going to continue to move on with the rest of them here. Don Pablo finally drops as well, so it looks like they want to try to get themselves a little bit spread out. Might actually land on top of where E36 is. In fact, Starlord is already using his Mini 14 to try to pop them up in the air.
Starlord looking to land those shots, still has an opportunity, still looking up. Yes, one of the suitable weapons for this kind of range, but it's all about choosing his target. He's looking all around though. Xscal shooting from the other side as well with NSLR, will not be able to land his shots, and Papa Zayed and Cole will be safe for now. Papa Zayed dropping together with Dean, and the other 2 dropping on the other side. Looks like it's a little bit of a spread for Redsea, who came from the north with the emergency pickup into the circle. And the southern side is a little bit more vacant as compared to the northern side. So it's going to be a clear loot path or loot area for Redsea.
Yeah, T5 is also moving in from the north side, so that's why they got into a bit of contact with EXO Clan just now. But then with EXO Clan starting to move on to 310's position, oh boy, again, more and more teams just challenging 310 in this barn house area. So this is going to be another challenge for them now with another full stack headed their way. Chimpy has a Molotov in hand, so he's likely going to try to use that to flush them out of the building if they could. The Wello and Kain are now repositioning themselves inside the house itself to see whether or not they can head off this assault by EXO Clan.
Oh, Velo now peeking out, waiting for the right moment for EXO Clan to show themselves. You'll be happy to take those kills. 7 kills right now for 310. And now they have peaked. Velo's position compromise as well made on the side of Gats. Not able to toss it up. Gats immediately retreats back to reset himself.
Yeah, Fab in the meantime got the kill on the Imhawk. Look like we have an overhead view of Gex right now, who are under some pressure here, taking a fight on the other side. So in the meantime, Rascal Jester continue to try to take this one against EXO. Looks like it was really a knockdown there on the Velo. Kain is going to try to send a frag grenade to try to discourage EXO Clan from moving onto the house, but I think it's just only a delaying tactic for now. He needs to try to get to Velo to get the revive, but EXO Clan is not giving him the space required, so he has to stand his ground to fight. Frag grenade sent through the window here. Kain's trying to hold his ground. He's going to get up to the upstairs part, but almost barely makes it there, but unfortunately MT finds him in time and finishes off the rest of 310.
Oh, but at the same time, looks like GX have been eliminated as well, number 13. So 2 fights happening at the same time. I mean, this is where we did talk about like the later phases, all these fights will happen, but it is phase 2 though. And right now we can see that NGE is in the clear, but they'll be in an area where SST is at.
Yeah, SST and K9 going off-roading there to try to get out of the way, but unfortunately Dexy is keeping him pinned right now with some sniper shots, forcing him to try to find another approach. Instead, goes to a house just off to the side, so should be safe in that position. One call though, they aren't going to be able to control their movements, nevertheless being down on the lower ground. Fab as well, he had already got a shot onto one of the members of SSC, which was Imhawk. Now he's looking to try to finish off the rest, maybe. He does have Van Ung nearby to try to help them out. But New Generation also a little bit split up though, because Dablu and Hakai on the opposite side of the road.
Okay, now we can see an airdrop just beside of PMA, but looks like they're not going for it. Perhaps it's in an exposed position. And currently they are in a decent position as a team, splitting out 2-2. And GE on the other hand spots out SST K9, but K9 right now just trying to stay as quiet as possible, because I believe that he is, no, he's not the last member, but he's all alone there. So in case he gets knocked down in the current position, it's going to be hard for his teammates to pick him up.
Yeah, SunSister still moving up onto the position where Fab is right now. FIVE, of course, being on the high ground, is more focused on trying to get a good placement compared to SST here. As we can see from the circle here, EXO Clan decided to take Grave into the blue zone in order to try to take a position by the top. It seems like T5 has also moved to the north of Chumacera, so they already are getting into a confrontation for Redsea here. Is that Redsea? Actually, I can't quite tell with the error in the graphics here. But nevertheless, teams are now corralling themselves into this next circle now. Okay, yeah, so it wasn't Redsea, it was PMA's I Am Pete as well as Lun Lun that T5 are currently struggling together with on the top of Chumacera. PMA, in the meantime, still have some vehicles, so they perhaps could try to regroup on the other side there. Whereas T5 is a little bit on the outside of the circle, though, so maybe PMA might want to try to think about keeping them from being able to move out that position. I don't know. They're still a little bit spread out, though, and it's like T5 is going to try to get themselves onto Pete's position.
Ooh, speaking about Redsea, they're still on the southern side of the circle, and they seem to have an easy entry in because a lot of teams are focused on the northern side instead, so they'll be staying alive for now. But then again, looking at their current position in the standings, they will need a lot more points if they want to break in top 8. Right now, the gap between at least the number 8 NG is 20 points. So even if they get a chicken dinner this time around, they need to get a decent amount of points to break in.
That he strikes Lucky J. So far, they've only just come into this next safe zone here. So far, I think they stayed out of trouble for the most part. So it looks like they're going to be keeping an eye out for other squads within the vicinity before deciding to make their entry into the circle. New Generation is very, very spread out here on the map so far. A care package is actually landing on the way towards the north part of where FIVE was looking at just now. Van Ugg as well is just keeping close with him, at least as a buddy right now on the top of the hills. PLM as well is going for that 2-2 split here, just going on opposite sides of this road here, recovering most of this main road per se, so any team that decides to run up along this way is certainly going to be under pressure from them. EXO Clan as well looks like they see the care package land between themselves and EXO Clan and T5 on the opposite end, but T5 does have a bit of high ground and they're using containers as well, so that provides plenty of cover for themselves.
Going out into the blue to get the vehicle. We are still in the third phase, so the blue is still not that damaging. It's still okay, and plus they didn't spend that much time out in the blue. You can see that, for example, MT goes down to 72 health. That's pretty okay. It's not too bad. Coming back to the circle with a vehicle, it brings more value for them for the later stage.
So Tay9 is still locked at the foot of this hill here. E36 is right behind where FIVE is, so he can't exactly pull away from where SST is keeping the pressure onto him. And he's also keeping an eye out for Unicorn Venom inside their compound here. So this vantage point allows them plenty of information, but I don't know if that's going to be enough for them to actually act upon it. This circle still lands in the middle of the crossroads here, so that is certainly going to be good news for one of the Vietnamese squads, which I think is NGE right now. But then for Redsea, they've also just joined us inside this next safe zone, taking position over here. So far, they haven't been able to get any kill points with them, but now they're under fire from Enter 436 with notices them sneaking out from the south side.
I'm not too sure if they have a vehicle. If they do, they could probably crash in onto the compound or the house just right below them on the right side. But if they don't, then going out on foot is going to be hard, considering that Enter 436 sees exactly where they are and can stop them as they try to run in the open area. So for now, Redsea might want to try to get a vehicle if it's possible, but looking at where they're at, it's not an area where it spawns vehicles unless they already got it from the start.
Yeah, so PLM now looks like Fluky and Borboats is going to be on the move. No doubt to try to head off the team that's already in position close to them. I think it's NGE as well. One call looks like it's going to be under pressure for PLM very soon. We also have EXO Clan moving in, though Gats has just been picked off there by a good shot from Tanawan, so they wouldn't be able to maneuver close to them. So now I think PLM can try to keep, at least if Tanawan can keep the pressure on EXO Clan, they wouldn't be able to encounter them here, so they can try to focus their siege against one call.
Okay, speaking about one call, they are on the inner side of the circle, meaning that there's a possibility that Purple Moon Esports will need to take the fight against them to get into the middle circle. Or we leave that for later as Sapao tries to get one for himself. OJ Sapao being shot at from the other side. Sapao down to 12 health. We need to reset himself quickly before the crash. Any further crashes come in. and Smell takes over his role to try to fend away other teams who might have that idea.
They might have a bit of an idea here, but they've spotting Deadly Strike attempting to try to cut themselves into the circle here. They lost Crazy Boy though to UV though, so this is actually forcing them now to turn around and fight, unless you can try to find another place to set up, but it looks like all the compounds is pretty taken by teams here, so that leaves Jason and Malrush to take this tiny little shack under the cover of smoke in order to avoid the fire coming in from Unicorn Venom, but then grenades are also coming through. Sapao getting one to Malrush, Sapao sending another one their way as well. Is that going to get connect onto Deadly Strike though? They have managed to get inside the building though, so Jason should be able to get a revive in, but man, that's a very, very bad spot to be caught out in.
Ooh, smells, he's smelling what the Rock is cooking. Just right in front of him, and Smell tries to get that kill, but Smell, did he manage to land it? Okay, it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, it's his teammates they got it. The points still contribute to the overall team score.
And that's a risk you take when you're so late into the circle, is that all the good places, all the good spots, and all the good compounds will be taken. So you're just basically going to be running into a whole field of fire by the time you actually enter the circle. So I wonder, a lot of these teams tend to do this a lot, you know, just use a vehicle and try to make a break for it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it does not, but you're always risking, you know, the lives of one or two of your members at least, and in that case, Deadly Strike chose the wrong place to try to stop at, and put them in the line of fire UV, and that was pretty much their downfall.
Oh, like what we predicted. Right now, Purple Moon Esports must take this fight against one call that's currently holding the compound just right in front of them to get into the circle, and now they're making their move. They're trying to get across the road, and now they will arrive. Reason Trick, he's ready for it. He has a nade in hand. He's cooking up the nade. The nade will be tossed on the side of Purple Moon Esports. Purple Moon Esports still finding it difficult to get across. Now popping up the smoke, creating a smoke bridge to get in.
Yeah, but Fluky only has one more left. Look at how many smoke grenades they're spending. They want to try to cover the approach as much as possible, but Trick has plenty of frag grenades to use here. Now
here we go!
To get in front! Oh! He gets a knockdown on the Trick. At the same time, Jexy now forced to come out to fight, but then the two knockdowns already coming onto the PLM as well, so they're not exactly taking this approach unscathed here. Nando continuing to try to corral the outside, instead dips onto the inside here as PLM keeps the pressure going, but it's still, with the two people being knocked down there, PLM has to be, has their complete movement disrupted.
Oh, here we go. Jexy coming around the corner, trying to find where the target is at. He saw the utility being tossed, so he knows that Purple Esports is there. Thunder's managed to get the knockdown, but the trade happened. But anyway, it doesn't matter because the teammates are there, and one call has been eliminated by none other than Purple Moon Esports.
Oh, that was a good fight there. So now they will be securing a path into the circle, and perhaps will be able to gatekeep EXO Clan as well. Hakai, though, gets an explosion in the car to take out Papa Zayed. So, but right now, Redsea doesn't really have a good position here because they're under fire from both Unicorn Venom as well as New Generation there. In the meantime, EXO Clan finding a shot in the PMA as well. They're starting to try to pressure their position here as this circle crowds around everyone in this top 9 here.
Unfortunately for Redsea, two players, they were knocked down, they were on the other building, so it wasn't possible for them to be picked up. Dean, happy eliminated by Hakai. So right now Redsea is down to the last two, and now we move over to PMA, who needs to fight their way into the circle. And they not only fighting their way into the circle, but they need to cross the road as well.
Fevan getting a frag grenade kill onto E36 there. It looks like the two Japanese squads are fighting on the south side of the circle, but in the meantime, the top is very, very crowded indeed. Purple Moon now moving to try to secure more position here, and SST in the meantime getting interrupted a little bit as well as the Phantom from New Generation gets a drop to Star-Lord as well as Sylphie. So now it looks like E36 may be in a big spot of trouble as Thunders as well gets a kill done onto EXO Clan, so they will be out in 9th place. There's still SST and E36 to worry about, though, close to the sector, but they're already getting knockdowns done.
Oh, Wenger spots his target, Deva, but Deva is still alive with his last tick of health. Wenger is going in for the pursuit. Deva managed to reset himself, and Wenger, is it going to be worthwhile for him? I guess it is, because he's in the circle anyway, stopping teams from coming in. Barbos will be eliminated somewhere else. At the same time, we can see that the circle still favors Redsea and also a couple of other teams, two other teams that's currently in it, but majority of the teams are not in the circle yet.
Yeah, Deva from 836 has moved into the center here, but he doesn't dare to get into the compound because it risks running into another squad that maybe there a bit earlier. Speaking of early though, Pong getting it sprayed down, and the Pete finishes him up as well. So PMA already down 2, although he will be spotted from a distance there. Snox9 tries to get a bit of revenge onto them inside the ditch here. Danadol forces to take onto the ground here. Panadol still bleeding out right now, while Fluky wraps around the side here. They want to try to head up SST, who are already moving down south here. So they want to try to limit their options at the moment, but it seems like they can't quite control anything that's happening on the outside of the circle, given their position inside the ditch.
Oh, and T5 have been eliminated at number 8. And right now, T5 only managed to get 4 kills in this round. But anyway, we'll tabulate the scores later. And T5, they are on top. Don't expect them to be eliminated from the top 8 for now. And now speaking about UV, they're trying to get into the circle with SST on their right side. UV right now trying to find the target. They're on the other side. They have an idea where their opponents are at, but they don't have a clear vision to take the shot.
That's the thing. I think they have to surf around the edge of the blue zone there in order to get SSC position, but they also don't want to risk conceding too much ground to NGE, who has already done well to get themselves in the middle of this circle here to try to head off any team that comes by. But Purple Boot is providing that pressure for them. NGE's Fab, though, he finds the 2 members SSC, and J-Ken also takes out PMA's Lun Lun, so that's already 2 teams eliminated now in 7 and 6 respectively here. So it looks like 5 teams still remaining. Redsea still has 2 members to go. E36's Deva is still stuck in a compound in the middle of where NGE is right now. Care packages are now coming in around the outside. UV still has a high ground to use here. PLM is still stuck on the lower ground side. Van finds a Deva as he jumps into the warehouse. So that's E36 out. 4 teams still remain.
Deva was hiding there for the longest time, hoping not to be spotted, but the moment NGE came in, they cleared out the compound. There was a good find there by NGE with Vanger on it. 12 kills so far for NGE. So far, the highest kill count in the single round is 19 kills. But considering that we only have this certain number of players left, I don't think it will be enough for them to make a record.
No, not indeed. J-Ken trying to take some pot shots against Don Pablo through the window. It looks like that is successful at getting a couple of pings there, so he's already down half his health. NGE now still has a lot of control over the circle here because he can still attack on all directions, but still have a full stack relatively. The only other team with a full stack now is UV, and they're making the approach from the south side, trying to force NGA out of that position, especially Fab as well as Van Ung. Has been a thorn on their side for the longest time, it looks like. The Purple Booty Sports still around the outskirts there, still under fire from both NGE as well as Unicorn Venom, are not able to find a compound to work with. They just really have to rely on the terrain right now in order to stay out of harm's way.
Ooh, look at this. I'm liking the compound in the middle held by NGE. It's a good spot now. Unless multiple teams crash in from multiple angles, then they'll be in trouble. But if they come like one by one, then NG could be able to defend this. But let's also remember that PLM, Purple Moon Esports, a team that has a lot of firepower in them, is still in this.
Yeah, they want to try to get a chicken dinner this time, it looks like. Finally prioritizing some placement points at least, but they should get a pretty handsome haul though, being part of the top 4 nevertheless, but they still want more. They want it all. That's why they could control the north side early on, but Hakai puts a real bit of a wrench in their worth by taking down Hatana Watt, so PLM now scrambling to try to salvage that flank there, and in the meantime that's giving New Generation Esports a chance now to try to keep the pressure going, but nevertheless Hakai has to duck down. Fab now still keeping an eye on that Redsea Esports position, so he's not able to support the rest of his team in that PLM assault.
Yeah, Redsea Esports arguably has one of the toughest positions right now. They need to climb out to the high ground, and they only have 2 players left now, being spotted out by Smell. Redsea in trouble as Redsea, Mr. Flank, will be knocked down, left with only Dan Pablo.
Yeah, Tanawa's been taken out of the map now, so Redsea is certainly in the most precarious position there, being on the outskirt of the circle, having no complexes between them, and still under fire from New Generation all throughout. And now, he attempted to try to bring him across, but no, he got spotted out by Hakai. But it was J-Ken and Smell who also spots him at the same time, so Data was to take the kill instead. Hakai now trying to get some pings onto UV, who are already set up by the hillside, and that's already giving them a perfect view over this next circle here. And NGE, they thought they had a good position, but it seems like UV just might have them beat by a little bit.
Alright, we still have the next phase to look out for. The next phase, phase 8. The circle likely will go into the middle, and if it goes there, NG has the best advantage possible because right now they have good control over the circle parameters, and that will put pressure onto PLM as well as UV to continue to move forward.
Oh, these two teams are still jousting for control right now, as PLM still has control mostly over the north side there, although they have taken a couple of casualties. They still are having a good base in order to try to get some fire, but UV now are starting to put more pressure onto NGE here, forcing them to reconsider their options right now, because it seems like if PLM continues the downward south movement here and UV continues to push them from the PLM pushing it from the north, UV from the south, it seems like NGE's days might be a little bit numbered if they still stay within these positions.
Ooh, okay, I'm just fighting. Look at the circle. Yes, it goes into the middle, so NGE still has control of it, and now Fab tries to find his target, but Hakai has been knocked down, and Hakai is just too far away for his teammates.
Oh.
And that blue is there to take Fluky down.
Yep, and Thunders is going to have to go for the revive, so that gives them a little bit of reprieve from the north. So now they have to focus on Unicorn Venom from the south, while that blue keeps an eye out. But Smell's already taken out far from the game, though. NG is already less one, with one person still knocked down here, so they're in a very, very precarious position now. Any to make this point is going to be absolutely devastating.
Oh, the circle will close in about 3 more seconds, and Purple Moon Esports, they're still on the outside of it. Thunders has a vehicle, looks like they're just going to drive in, but where will they go? They need to deal with UV. They continue to go on the right, and that's where they're going right now. UV will be shooting them down. Gets one, can he get a second one? And now just out of his vehicle, Sapao can't take them all out just yet. Sapao at 30 health will be shot at, and Sapao will be knocked down by that blue.
Yeah, PLM tried to make that maneuver, but just bumped himself into UV, who are doing the same thing to try to corral the western side of the circle here to wrap around NGE, but that didn't quite work out well for them. Nevertheless, Thunders is going to be able to get himself back up to speed. Fluky, unfortunately, will be left out on the lurch there and will be sent back to the lobby here. Sapao will be brought back up to speed, though, so UV still retains their full stack.
Okay, here we go. The next phase will close entirely. And now it's quite interesting between these few teams. UV seems to have the upper hand with the full squad still, but, well, after yesterday's Lun solo appearance, I mean, this time around, I'm not going to trust the full squad thing.
Well, the thing is that Thunders is not in as prime a position as Lunun was. He's down on the ditch here. He's only just entering the compound now. But then UV certainly has full control over this fight against NGE here, just by virtue of having more boots on the ground. So they're certainly trying to flush out the remainers here, while PLM's Thunder is just going to have to just wait it out for now and see where this next circle, this next phase of the fight is going to be. But UV is rapidly moving up towards the side here to join up with Sylphie in order to try to keep the pressure on the Vanguard, who's actually out in the open there. So Powell might actually have an angle to try to shoot him down, though, and indeed he will actually start to put some shots at the Vanguard, forcing him to take to the ground there, but no, Sylphie finds him over the top of the dune.
Okay, here we go, and the zone is closing. Vanguard will be knocked out by Sylphie, and there's one more player from UV, though, but not spotted out by the opponent just yet. At the same time, we can see the last member of PLM is still alive, and he still has some room to play before the zone puts pressure onto him.
Yeah, a lot of pressure going on here onto New Generations. That blue, last person standing here, Van is bleeding out and bleeding out fast. That blue now very low on health here. He spots his teammate, but he's not going to be able to do anything at all to save him in that instance. Sylphie will finally finish him off with a couple more shots. So UV now in the best position here, having the most number of people. Smell finishes off that blue, so now they just need to find Thunders, who now decides to show himself there. J-Ken spots him, sends a flash grenade down. He doesn't have any frags to send his way, but has certainly put him into the line of fire there against Smell, who will finish him off to take the chicken dinner.
Yeah, man, you deserve the drink, my friend. Enjoy it after getting this chicken dinner for your team. And here is Unicorn Venom with this chicken dinner. They were already in the top 8. And with this chicken dinner, this will pretty much very likely to secure their ticket into the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, their best performance prior to this in the last trans qualifier has been only 3rd place, and finally they have all the circumstances favored their way. Now, granted, I think it wasn't exactly straightforward for them either, because they had to make an approach from the south side, whereas NGE already was set up very early on within that circle. So it took Venom a lot of maneuvering actually to get the upper hand onto NGE, and they almost got into a bit of a collision. That put them in a collision course as well as Purple Mood. So if that fight didn't turn out well for them, I don't think they would have been in a position anyway to control that final circle.
Yeah, and it's not like they had the circle from the start. If we look at the highlights that were shown to us, Their draw spot is still in the areas of Monte Nuevo, which was away from the circle. So they had to move into the circle, they had to take the fights and finally get this chicken dinner. But speaking about fights, this was a very interesting one. Triple A, a team that has been fairly consistent, they were one of the teams to go out fairly early.
Yeah, went out quite early in this fight against 310, and who also held off an attack from number 1 as well, limiting that entire squad, and as a result became kind of like a king of the hill in some ways here, as EXO Clan tried to force him off, and they actually won that fight by virtue of just having more people there. But nevertheless, I think for 310 themselves, there was a good haul of kill points to manage to get, hopefully. But as we saw the fights continue to progress on, Deadly Strike as well attempted to try to make a maneuver from the west side into the circle, but just got cut down immediately. One call had a bit of a close call as well with PLM here. In fact, the PLM actually handled that fight relatively well, despite the fact that 2 people got knocked out from the get-go. Then you got the 2 Japanese squads, SSC as well as Enter Force AC, getting slaughtered as they attempted to try to get into the circle there. Deva, of course, being the last person standing until New Generation found him in the end. Theeerathon FIVE as well, bit underperforming, a bit of an underperformance in this round here as they got cut out quite early on. Were not able to participate in the final fight at all.
And Unicorn Venom, they happened to gatekeep Redsea with New Generation Esports, Hakai taking them out. Dan Pablo really wanted to save his teammate. Mr. Plank was knocked down earlier on, but unfortunately, when you carry your teammate, there's no way you can shoot back. So it's not like he could try to fend them off by himself, and that just happened there. But anyway, towards this end, Unicorn Venom, looking at how they control the circle, looking at how they spread out, they got everything on point towards the end to secure this chicken dinner.
Now, to be fair to New Generation though, by having set themselves in a circle quite early on in that final phase, meant that they were able to farm a lot of kill points. I saw like 13 kills in the highlights just now, so I think like they will certainly be giving Unicorn Venom a run for the money when it comes to the top of the leaderboard later on, of which is currently being tabulated, so rest assured, just be a little bit patient. We'll be scores very soon. So I think it's still not quite definite who actually won overall here between Unicorn Venom and NGE, isn't it?
Yeah, because you calculate the total points. Yeah, because I think that there were a lot of points collected by both teams as well. It's just a matter of who gets more out of that. And for Purple Moon Esports, if you think about it, this is probably their best placement finish so far.
Well, if you don't count the chicken dinner they get yesterday.
Yeah, yeah, okay. But they still managed to get a lot of kill points. So they are still consistent in the way that they secure the kill points, the way that they fight and all that.
I think that's critical for them now, because otherwise, if it wasn't for that chicken dinner, I think they wouldn't be in this spot anyway. And so they're trying to make the most of it, farming those kill points now, gathering whatever placements they could. But I think it's going to be... It's going to take a huge stroke of luck in order to find themselves in that same position that they did with Lundun in particular. So I think for now it's just looking for that consistency here, being able to stay involved in the top in the final 8 for each map. I think is of the utmost importance now for PMA. So it's good to see they're still able to be in the mix somewhat. I think for AAA, I think it was going to be quite worth looking back to see how that fight turned out for them, because I thought they were going to have the advantage because 310 were the one assaulting their position, but it seems they got picked apart quite effectively by the Japanese team. So Unicorn Venom still takes the bulk of the kill points though at 12, so they managed to at least catch up, because at one point they were still lagging behind NGE in that department, but then just by making a good maneuver towards the west of the circle, wrapping around NGE, just bypassing their defensive setup completely, has allowed them to actually take the lead overall in match number 2.
Yeah, I'm still wondering what happened to New House Esports, because they were the first team to be eliminated. They got off the chicken dinner, but something just happened. I think it was a crash of drop spot or something like that for them, and they happened to lose the fight, so it was a bit unfortunate for them. Anyway, with their last performance that we saw, it boosted them to somewhere above the borderline of the top 8. So they need to maintain the level of consistency, if not they can still risk being booted out.
And this is the second time, they bowed out in 16th place with 0 points. Yesterday they did the same thing in the first round of the Wrangle. So that's the kind of those are the kind of dropped matches that you don't want to have when you're still, in a campaign to get yourself into the last 8 slots here. So I don't know. Let's have a look at the overall leaderboard here. T5 still on top of UV, who has already overtaken one call for the second place spot by only 3 points here. NG has been able to get themselves up into 4th place now with that second place finish here in this map. Attack all around still somewhere in that top 8. Although I think they haven't really upgraded much in terms of points though. Still stuck in that 50 point score line or thereabouts. But nevertheless, when you look at PMA, still hanging in there, man. Still hanging on to the 8th spot right now. Not the most secure place at all because NHE is only 1 point behind. But nevertheless, they still have some hope, I think.
Yeah, the moment NHE got into the top 8, because of this round, they didn't get any points at all. Immediately sent back out of the top 8, so they still need to work things out. But like what you pointed out, it's only 1 point different, 1 point different for NHE and also PMA, and only 3 points difference, 4 points difference between them and E36 and PLM. So the gap is not that far. It could still really change for them as long as they can find their footing back in the next round.
And I still feel so bad for EXO Clan. The whole entirety of the tournament so far, they've not been able to break into the top 8 at in yesterday's round itself. And then when you look at Deadly Strike as well, they had the worst luck overall, I think, in this round in particular, because just got run down even before they can set themselves up in camp, found themselves in a very lonely shack that just came under fire from 2 teams at once. No way they could get themselves out of this situation, no matter how you cut it. So I think we're going to be hoping that with a new change of map, there hopefully will be a new change of fortunes for those teams.
Yeah, but you know what else? Who else needs to get out of this situation? It's going to be us, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a break, ladies and gentlemen, before we come back for my favorite map, Tego. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
To the update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5 Min Lab. Fast-paced and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace 32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5 Min Lab. Fast-paced and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds. Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the PUBG Asia Super Cup Summer 2023 edition. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Sir Cloud. We've already witnessed 2 rounds of matches here in this last chance qualifier, so we say bye-bye to the map of Miramar for now. But then we're going to be moving on to another map which has been a favorite so far, according to you at least. It's going to be on Taiko, the newest map in the PUBG competitive pool, and certainly a beautiful one as well, featuring the landscape of Korea. And certainly has been the battleground of many amazing plays that we've seen over the whole week.
Yes, so far we've seen circles on the right, we've seen circles on that smaller island. So I wonder what will come up next. Hopefully we get a circle on the bottom left maybe. But that will be super challenging for our players because there will be a lot of water there. But speaking about our players, so Purple Moon Esports have a little bit of a shift of their strategy. The previous round not getting as many kills as we have seen them able to get before, but they balance it out with placement points. So they total up 11 points from the previous round, maintaining their spot in the top 8.
Yeah, and the attack all around had been super consistent when it came to yesterday's matches, allowing them to finish as high as 3rd by the end of match 5. But so far, you know, they've finished in 9th place in the first Miramar, 15th in the second Miramar match. So again, it's been kind of inconsistent for them for now. I'm hoping to see them try to bounce back a little bit once we get to this new map. We're now taking flight here on Taiko, a flight path cutting over the, just cutting between on the river between the island as well as the mainland here, so that I think there's plenty of options here for the teams to decide. But again, where is that circle going to land? Because if you decide to get on the island and then the circle lands up on the south side of the mainland, you might find yourself in quite a few choke points there unless you find the E pickup.
Yeah, and so far we have seen early fights within Taiko. I guess this is natural because it's a smaller map. So in Terminal we have seen a fight, in Godot we have seen a fight. So far, these are some of the hot spots for teams to drop. And of course, we have only seen a couple of Taikos throughout this tournament. So we are also kind of like learning where will be the hot drop spots for these teams and where they would like to drop. And sometimes even willing to risk challenging other teams for that a good spot or a strategic spot. I'm keeping my eye on Purple Moon Esports and PMA. They seem to be dropping in the same area.
Yeah, they seem to be hot dropping each other, in fact, and oh boy, this is looking like they want to try to get a confrontation early on here on this circle. They just so happen to pick the same spot to drop together, so oh boy, this could be a tight one here. Purple Moon and PMA have been struggling to stay in the top 8 right now. This fight could determine a lot right now in terms of their overall leaderboard, so this is going to be a fight to watch out for.
Yeah, especially for the fact that both teams, they're not too far away from the top 8, so they need to get a level of consistency so that they can maintain it till the end of the day. Again, it doesn't matter where you are at the start or in the middle, it matters where you are at the end. And for these two teams, if they cancel out each other, it gives them, of course, their individual opportunities to overtake each other and secure a better placement within the top 8.
Well, Lundo is going to try to go around the outside here. It looks like while the other teammates of his team are going to be taking up the north here. So just kind of like keeping the perimeter surrounded for Purple Mood, while Purple Mood in the meantime has been taking control over the palace here. So relatively speaking, there's not much opportunity for them to get pot shots until just now when Teddy finds Flucky around the outside there. So I stand corrected. It looks like they really want to try to take this fight.
Oh yeah, here we go. So it's going to be PMA getting the first blood in this round, given to Teddy. At the same time, the circle is on the northern side with about 40% of water within the circle. But then again, we are in the esports mode, meaning that it's going to be for sure the circle will end up on land. It's just a matter of which part of the land will still be the question mark. But I'm now putting focus onto these two teams. Thunders wants to take this fight. There's one person on the left. Jump shot happening. Thunders moves on to the left just to go in on the flanks, but not able to find his target thanks to the smoke.
Yeah, thought they might have just given it a slip. London gets caught by the nice headshot for Dana Wado, so there's already one other down for PMA here. At the moment, Purple Mood is still having good control over the Palace so far. The smokes are only distracting them momentarily, while Pete is now corralling and starting to maneuver himself closer to PMA position. He finds Thunders, gets a little bit of ping from him, but with UMP lack of range, he's not going to be able to do enough damage there, I think.
And UMP is not the most damaging of weapons, but yes, it provides more stability or lesser recoil. But the UMP did not connect entirely as well, so no knockdown just yet. But Trick knocking down Malrush somewhere else, and we can see on the mini screen there's another fight happening elsewhere.
I think there's one call versus Deadly Strike there, and yeah, Trig actually finds himself in the middle of like where Deadly Strike and then you maneuver to. So now they're actually in a bit of a confrontation here, same as it is with PMA versus Purple Mood. Although their compound is a lot bigger here, which means there's plenty of room for PMA to try to maneuver around. In fact, they're starting to collapse into the palace itself now and trying to force PLM out of position here. And we also have New Generation Esports starting to get in the mix as well. They moved down from southwards from Godok Village, and they're now trying to also gather here at the Palace to hopefully pick up any stragglers from this fight between PMA as well as Purple Mood.
Oh, Jexy shooting onto the other side. Jexy almost getting it, but he's going to be Chimera finishing off Lucky G. Not so lucky for him, it seems, as Jexy now with the AUG. He needs to reload 12 bullets in his weapon. Nanju coming in. Jason on the second floor moves out onto the building, evading the nade. Now Jason waiting for the right moment, but Jason, spotted out by Trick, will take him down.
Trick flanking around the right-hand side. That was a brilliant move from him there. So one call now, having the Deadly Strike within the grass here. Chipper tries to go on top of the Molotov, forces him to duck down. Now Crazy Boy can still stay up on top for now, but the rest of one call are taking position in this building itself. There's nowhere for him to run except to jump off, and that will just land him straight into the lap of Jexy here.
Oh, tossing a nade onto the rooftop, but then again Crazy Boy spots out one right in front of him. Crazy Boy all alone on this rooftop. He is the last standing for his team though. 32 health level. Crazy Boy, too much for him to handle. Deadly Strike is out.
Yeah, Deadly Strike is out in 16th place, and one call secures himself this island here, which should be good until you see Unicorn Venom actually start to move to take control of the bridge that gets towards Yongcheon. So if one call wants to get themselves in a circle, they might have to fight through yet another team here. So as you can see, yes, that circle is very much biased northwards. Apologies, we can't see the names of the teams there, but I can tell you the EXO Clan, NHE, T5, Redsea, as well as the Gex are already in a circle now. There's the south side battle that's going on between three teams, which is going to be New Generation, Positive Mental Attitude, as well as Purple Moon. We got number one as well, moving towards where UV is. Was already crossed the bridge to Yongcheng, so it looks like they want to try to gatekeep anyone coming from that direction.
Nice, he got one. Can he get the second one here? What a good position. It's hard to counter on the Sylvia with this kind of position. SLR in hand. But he's being shot at by Mr. Flank from the other side. Dean is currently down, will need to be picked up by teammates, and Sylvia immediately gets away.
Whoa, I didn't know that he can still use a parachute just jumping off of the cliff like that. But yeah, Sylvia uses that right now to get himself away from the line of fire from Redsea, and now is trying to get himself back up, gets a nice little drink, a nice little reprieve, I think, here, while Redsea continues to keep the pressure going on to E36. But based on their position now, you know, they're still in the middle of that circle here, so it's really a battle for control over this rock formation here, and I think E36 being set up on top there, Redsea Esports looking to try to knock them off from that perch.
Oh, Dan Pablo closest towards Sylvia. Sylvia has a higher ground advantage against Dan Pablo. Sylvia spots him out, tosses out a stun grenade. Sylvia moves back, and at the same time, Dane is being picked up by Papa Zaid. So right now, Papa Zaid will be able to pick up his teammate. There's enough cover for him, but Sylvia still not letting them go. But Sylvia is calling him back up. We can see the rest of E36 surrounding Redsea.
Yeah, that's the thing. Redsea has to approach them from the bottom here, which means that E36 can still try to spot them, but the problem is that once they get to the foot of that rock formation, that's not easy at all for E36 to pour fire onto them, so really they can only focus on the teams that are still lurking back a little. Nevertheless, the battle's still raging right now between the two of them. So far, Star-Lord is the only outlier, I feel, being that he's still out on the ground there, close to where E36 is. Deva is going to try to flank around the other side as well, trying to keep them honest, I feel. New Generation Esports still holding a perimeter outside of the palace here, not daring to get inside and get involved involved with a fight between PMA and Purple Moon. I think they just want to try to wait it out and let the two teams' squads fight it out, and then only Night Vultures swoop in to take out any stragglers.
Oh, PMA getting closer and closer towards NGE. NGE just waiting for them to come out of the compound, and NGE, they have the circle advantage because the circle is just right behind them. If in any case they can fall back, Sylvia gets a knockdown to Dean for the second time around. Dan Palmo will be finished off by Starlord. This is where E36 surrounding Redsea. They are taking advantage of it, and Redsea, only 2 men left.
Only 2 left, and Sophia still on the move here. Papazai finds Starlord, knocks him down now, and he's in a whirl of hurt though, having to reload while Sophia moves up to try to get the revival to Starlord, and he catches Papazai just off the side with the Ace 32. So that was going to be a kill that will allow E36 to maintain their position on this rock here, and I don't think there's going to be much pressure from them unless Unicorn Venom decides to move down southwards, but it looks like they're going to be trying to take the army base instead.
And with Redsea being eliminated at this time, the last 2 rounds will be super crucial for them. If they want any chance of getting into the top 8, they need a huge showing. Not only chicken dinner, but also a big amount of kill points as well to add to it. So it's going to be an uphill battle for Redsea.
I think the problem now for Purple Moon as well as PMA is that the Palace doesn't have any vehicles spawned here, or at least none that either side are able to use. So even if they want to try to maneuver out, I think the only option here is for PMA, if they don't want to collapse on the Purple Moon and risk themselves getting taken by NGE, is to try to exfil out and then take the serve the blue zone to get to the western side of the circle. But NGE can easily try to spot them and easily stop them in their tracks. Also, the team that's not being shown on the map right now is One Call. They're still on the blue zone close to the east of the shipyard, and they seem to be taking their sweet time now, getting some last minute loot before moving on to this next circle here. Hopefully we'll find an E pickup to get them up to speed, but for now the blue zone has already swallowed up the Palace here, so that's going to be forcing PMA, the Purple Moon, to start to make a move.
Oh yeah, if they don't, then it's everyone's loss. And plus, considering that these few teams inside of Palace, they are still fighting to maintain their spot in the top 8, so they don't want to lose out at this point.
Yeah, neither side wanting to actually move out of position here. Purple Moon, and both Purple Moon and PMA are having full stacks here, at least except for Flucky, who's already been taken out early on in that fight. And PMA is still not budging from their position here. They still want to finish off Purple Moon here, but Tanawan is starting to go around the outside of the Palace here, hoping to try to find a vehicle or two that should allow them to exfil. There might be some in that car park across the road, but I don't know whether I think he also doesn't know whether or not he's clear to go that way, because he doesn't exactly have any information regarding PMA's position.
But the good news for Tanawan is that he has a decent amount of healing utilities to use, so he could be able to survive tanking out the blue for now. Now moving over to AAA, they have EXO Clan surrounding them, but EXO Clan just about coming into the circle, still has a lot of room to play. They might not be interested. They have a compound of their own, and that's where they'll stay put for now. Yeah,
they, along with Area Force 310, were coming around the army base there, but it seems like 310 will be moving away towards the center of the circle there. Attack All Around seems to be picking up vehicles as well. It seems like they want to try to get some care packages that landed to the west of the army base there, and that would be nice for them, although the problem is that new House Esports is also set up in that position there, so they might end up becoming an encounter. In fact, they're already opening fire onto O2 Skirt just now, so I think they've already been spotted nevertheless. And 310, landing in the middle of Unicorn Venom and NHE, that's an open invitation now for them to try to take this fight.
Okay, here we go. Wesker at the lower ground. Wesker being shot at. 62 health, needs to reset. His teammates need to give him cover, but they have a good distance between their opponents. So it's more like warning shots rather than trying to get the kill. If they get the kill, it's a bonus, but at least they are showing a little bit of a dominance here to not allow 310 to come any closer.
I'm surprised that PMA and Purple Moon have not moved at all, but nevertheless, Unicorn Venom's J-Can continues to try to get it on the high ground compared to 310's position, so hopefully they head them off before getting to the center of the circle here. But you also have NHE as well, still sticking close to that coastline at the moment. I think they're still putting their chips on the next circle, landing a lot more northwards. But nevertheless, this still puts 310 in a bit of an awkward situation, I have to say, although the vegetation, the thick and lush vegetation that is out here in Tego is certainly giving them a lot of cover.
It's definitely a sight to see here with this greenery around this area. Chimpy An spots out one, shoots, gets one shot onto Velo, but not able to take him down. But anyway, it's more like warning shots. So Velo, knowing someone's on this high ground, they won't really approach at this point because, well, they're all in the circle. Everyone has the same benefits, so no point to really push in. But it's going to be hard for the two teams. Inside of Palace, they haven't moved yet, and the circle has moved into the next phase, meaning that they will receive higher damage outside the blue.
But the thing is that Boarboats and Thunders has already moved to Goldot Village, so Purple Moon already has members in the circle. It's just that Tanawat, Thunder, the last member of PLM is still stuck at the palace there and just watching PMA. But PMA has already got an E pickup and they've moved themselves up northwards now, so it seems like PLM has already missed an opportunity there to suppress them. In fact, they're going to be landing themselves in between or rather close to where Unicorn Venom is. We also have EXO Clan deciding to move into this border, the next circle. They might get under pressure from attack all around from behind though, so that's something you have to watch out for.
Well, that's an intelligent move there coming from PMA. They waited it out just to put pressure onto the last few members of their opponent, PUBG Esports, and they escaped themselves because they know they have the E pickup. It isn't a big issue for them. But now the circle will continue to close, and we still have a number of teams on the outside. I believe that there's still a Tanawat in the blue.
No, Tanawat's already found an E pickup as well, so he's rejoined his teams on Goldot Village. The Area 310 in the meantime now under pressure from NHE because I think Van Ung has already moved forward into their sites here and actually is trying to keep them moving down southwards, but 310 still is quite intent on trying to keep New House Esports contained within the north side. Attack all around though, they find Trick and through the brush anyway. Ekuluza bringing a spray down to him as he spots his truck. He sends a frag grenade down that way. Hopefully to try to knock him out there. It looks like that's going to be successful because Trick is already knocked down.
Oh, close one for Ekulesia. Almost taken down, 21 health left. But the nade, I spoke too soon just as when he was about to heal himself. Immediately got knocked down by the nade from Chibirit.
Yeah, one call as well. They came from Yongcheon village. They already crossed the bridge inside the blue zone and now has started to join this fight. And they're providing a bit of a spoiler here to AAA because otherwise they would have been focused on trying to contain EXO Clan here. But now that EXO Clan sees one call coming their way as well, it looks like they want to try to gatekeep both of these squads coming into this next safe zone here, and they're in prime position to do so.
Ooh, okay, we can see a couple of teams taking out the blue still, especially AAA. One call coming into the circle. EXO Clan spots them out. Chimpe will shoot from afar onto Chibrit, but Chibrit has enough vegetation to cover him.
Yeah, indeed he does, and the vehicle as well. He's going to try to bypass EXO Clan completely in order to get themselves closer to the inner terrain here, which will provide a lot more cover, especially over the crest there. And you can see Jexy as well following along with him to try to regroup over at the top of the hill here. So EXO Clan fails to contain one call, and AAA is giving them a slip as well, slipping by them through the blue zone. Baba Goose trying his very best to get the shots, but unfortunately it gets a return fire from O2 Squid, so that forces him to dig down, and AAA manages to get themselves up to the north part of the circle.
Oh, it was a close one for him, almost taken out as well. And now EXO Clan, they have two members in the circle, being a marker so the other players can follow through. But then again, they are being blocked out by Attack All Around, who wants to get into the circle as well, but they're not going to get in just like that. They want to secure a couple of kill points. Gets counterfire upon his opponent, almost taking it out. Gets being counterfire upon again, traded back damage, but Chimpy coming from the other side takes down Jexy.
Yep, they are still trying to hold their ground right now, though EXO Clan decides to try to move further inland, but that might put them into the firing path of Chipperit, who already beat them to the punch and getting towards the inner reaches of the circle here. AAA under fire right now from Gas. He's still not able to get a knockdown, does get a few pings onto J-Dai, but not enough to secure him on the ground there. AAA still having a strong position, relatively speaking, though EXO Clan still not having enough accuracy actually to keep AAA under pressure.
Okay, it's time to go. Baba Cruz is going up through the high ground. An's kind of busy on the other side. They have 310 to deal with, and New House Esports still on the outside circle. So far, no kills yet for New House Esports. If they get eliminated at this round, at this stage, it's going to be 2 rounds without any points for them. So they will be fighting through. New House Esports should be able to secure a couple of kill points here with the knockdowns, but Goni! Gun down. New House Esports winning the fight.
Kind sees Long K, sends a frag grenade his way though. He's still watching out what he's flying. Long K also sends a frag grenade and then connects onto Kind, bringing him down to 43. But he does get a pop shot onto Long K, bringing him down less than 20 now. Just another frag grenade might just do it, but Long K gets a healing up just in time. Bit of a standoff now between these two as they collapse on each other. But then Triple A is rapidly moving on their position. This is not looking good for them now. 310 under pressure there will get caught out. Script with the kill will finish off the Japanese team.
And there you have it. With that kill, they'll have entry into the circle. But now Silvia's moving in 1v2. They didn't know what hit the Silvia going in for the flag. One more to go. Silvia's a high ground, but Silvia being shot down. Deva is on the other side. But then again, they still win the fight the other day with Deva saving his teammate.
XK1 was the one who picked up those kills, but then now they're going to be fired upon by Gex, who's already taken position in a compound deeper inside the circle. So E36, even though they won the fight now, they lost ground here to Gex, who was able to wrap around and now is in a gatekeeping position.
Nice.
To them. In the meantime, hold on, getting a spray down, and Sapawa finishes him up as well. So UV now under pressure severely as J-Can is the last one standing.
Oh, J-Can, can he get a knockdown onto his opponent? But yes, looks like the answer will be Hoi-An will be taken out by J-Can, and New House Esports, number 11 for them this time. They will need to be content with only kill points in this round.
Yeah, and while all that fight was happening though, Purple Mood was getting into a collapse, collapsing onto New Generation Esports and getting to a bit of scrap on the bottom there. It seems that Purple Mood has actually survived that battle. Only Thunders though is the last person standing for the team, so it seems like that victory might be coming at a really heavy cost now for Purple Mood. So we'll see whether or not they'll be able to continue on from this situation here. J-Can as well finding himself in the same quandary. At least is having himself a little bit clear in this sector right now. Although SST is still surfing around the edge of the western side of the circle here, so that could potentially collapse onto him should they actually spot his position. But he does at least have a car for insurance.
Okay, J-Can is going out the circle. I guess he went for the loot. Hopefully he'll be able to come back in safely. At the same time, you can see that one call trying to defend that area, multiple teams around them, but Triple A, they're really busy up top with EXO Clan eyeing them.
Yeah, I mean, EXO Clan now has done well to maneuver themselves inwards in order to try to cut off Triple A's path towards the center of the circle. So that would be a good move for them now. Question is, can they actually stop Triple A's march right now towards the inner part of the circle here? Baba Goose is going to try to head them off with another frag grenade. That will be the last, the Molotov. That's actually the last of the grenades that he has here right now. But at least he's gotten Triple A's attention here. They know at least they're being cut off a little bit by EXO Clan, and the whole time you have Empty as well trying to backstab them from the right hand flank. So Triple A now under immense pressure here. Can they hold on?
Okay, they need to hold on because other teams are looking at them and they might take disadvantage. Equilicia needs to move into the circle. Gats shooting from the other side, and now Gats trying to find his target. Gats needs to move further forward. He doesn't have a good clear vision, but Gats finds it, and Gats, together with his teammate, will get one. Only one more left to go, but Gats with the last stick up now managed to get away.
Well, still they find the last headshot there onto J-Dot. That's going to be the end of the attack all around in this round here in the 9th place. EXO Clan will have the control over the top side of the circle now, so that's rest assured. Now let's have a look over at T5 and PMA right now, because PMA now moves in to try to stop T5 from moving into the circle here, and they've already got 2 knockdowns.
Oh, Teddy now wanting to take out the members of T5. Moving in with the AUG. Teddy! He wasn't looking at the right area. Teddy, as he was moving, his opponent took the advantage, but Snox is there to help him out. Teddy can still be picked out.
Whew, that was a nice one there from PMA, but then Xavier is attempting to try to steal some kill points away, but unfortunately Pete is able to chase him away quite handily there. SST has control over the western side of the circle though. So I don't think PMA will be wrapping around from that side. If anything, they want to try to move inwards into good ground there. Chibarit, last person standing for one call at the moment, is in the path of Global Esports Xsset. So hopefully he'll be able to dig himself deep there to make sure he doesn't expose himself to Gex, who are now making a move to try to get themselves to the center to link up together with Xavier, who is already trying to find a good spot to base himself off.
Ooh, there's a close one for Leo. He's being shot at. Chibirin as well. Only 3 health. Needs to reset quickly. Uses the first aid kit. and now Chibit, at least the terrain does favor him, so he's A-OK for now. But the bad news is that he's the only one standing for one call. There won't be a knockdown for him, there will only be an elimination.
Well, his armor and his helmet is already broken anyway, so he may not even be able to take these fights too long. Now PMA moves on to SSC position. They already found TAC9. They want to try to move on now to find the other two members. Imhog spots them from a distance, tries to ping them down, but unfortunately will not do anything, will not be able to do anything at all to save Tay9, while PMA moves very rapidly up northwards. Gex as well is also maneuvering into their direction too. So the PMA is now trying to make this a fast maneuver against SSC here. Can they get another knockdown?
Oh, Snox will be taken out by SST. And now SST, they're still playing on the outside circle, but at the same time they're fighting against PMA to get into the circle. Faven almost taken down. That was a close call there for Faven. IMP from PMA together with Lulu. The last two, they're still standing unless they can pick up Teddy, but Teddy is just too far away.
Too far away indeed. Lun Lun now still trying to spot over the hill here. You also see EXO Clan starting to move westwards as well. So they want to try to keep the pressure going on the SSC too. And the whole time Gex has been taking control over the south. Now they're putting more pressure on the PMA, actually pincering them a little bit as Pete has been knocked down now by Yuri's nice shot there with the AWM. So now Imhog having a bit of a reprieve here is going to try to reposition himself to get closer and closer to PMA to cut them off into this next safe zone. But Gex is also moving up at the same time, so now PMA under a lot of stress here will not be able to hold their own. They get eliminated in 5th place.
Okay, we're now down to the top 4 teams. E36, only one player left. SunSister, Runex still on the outside, and EXO Clan seems to be having a good location on the northern side, unchallenged for now. In fact, they're in a position that they can stop teams from coming in.
Gex is still moving upwards. They still want to get onto SST's position, so they wrapped around from the eastern side down towards south and now to the west here where they collide together with SST. Got the 2 knockdowns there. Leo with a frag grenade and headshot kill. Now they will find Imhog as well, and that will finish off Gex. SunSister will be eliminated. Gex still has a full stack.
Ooh, E36, the last man standing. He's on the other side. Is Deva, can Deva actually get it? Oh no, EXO Clan seems to be putting focus onto Deva. They want to know exactly where he is. They know that there's someone around. So they'll ensure that the Lun Lun won't happen again. They'll try to take him out first.
Yeah, but then unfortunately he takes out their own there. Oh. Empty gets spotted out, gets taken out by Deva. Gases and Chimpy now are moving onto his position, rapidly sending whatever frag grenades they had, and Deva is just sending whatever he has left over the top of there. Of the rock is going to be Chimpy. EXO Clan eliminates the last member of E36. Now it's between them and GEX.
3v4, both teams on the outside on the top 8 right now, trying to fight for their lives. And EXO Clan, right now they have a good opening. They have a good control of the circle, and they also have a good amount of airdrops here.
Yeah, the care package landing on top of them almost as a reward for taking out E36 there. But that kind of dropped off early on. Now Chimpy and Gas will be able to loot up and gather whatever material they have. But Gex, they already swept the western side. Now they're coming back to the eastern side here, while Yuri still maintains his position there. Two flankers and Upchen as well are moving up to try to head off EXO Clan on the eastern side. So now they're in the perfect spot now to get the shots done. Now Xavier takes the first shot against Gats, getting their attention now. So I think Gex is in the best position here to try to keep the assault going onto EXO Clan.
Ooh, Xavier now coming in together with Leo. They want to find where the rest of the members of EXO Clan is at. Right now we can see that EXO Clan at the lower ground, and Leo gets one.
Leo gets one there. This is going to be critical here for EXO Clan. Baba Goose is going to be moving up to try to support his teammate. Yuri now also moves to regroup together with the rest of GX. A shot over the top there is going to force Chimpy now to back down. He's only down to 3 health. A frag grenade is going to be sent in his direction. There is not going to connect though. Chimpy looks like he's a little bit far away, but not far enough though as Leo picks him off.
Oh, Leo is coming in. They want to finish up the job right now. EXO Clan only one left. They can go for the wraparound. It's not going to be an issue for them. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. GEX, a clean chicken dinner for them. Not losing anyone in the process. And it is all theirs to celebrate.
Global Esports Xsset finally finds their first chicken dinner of the tournament so far. And better late than never. In any case, what brilliant tactical moves they've done. Again, they started at the east side of the circle, maneuvered down south and then westwards to head off the battle that's going on between SST as well as PMA, then wrapped around the other side again to head off EXO Clan. These guys were all over this circle here. This circle literally was under their control the whole time.
Yeah, this circle, I mean, but then again, it was, they need to fight as well. It's not like it's a free entry or free pass into the circle or within it, right? So they still had a lot to do as they were in the circle as well. But speaking about a lot to do, Purple Mood Esports and PLM clashing each other very early on. It was quite a long standoff.
Yeah, quite a long standoff indeed, and I think Crazy Boy made it even longer by somehow being able to hold his own on the rooftop for quite some time and just expending all of his throwables there, but it was really only buying for time, really, because the rest of One Call was able to finish him off quite handily there, just storming his position. Then we got attack all around, basically being pincered by One Call as well as EXO Clan. Somehow we're able to give them the slip though to get up to the north side of the circle, and EXO Clan were not able to pin them down in any way, shape or form. But then EXO Clan was still able to suppress One Call quite a bit, eliminating down to just one member there in that battle. So that actually ended up being a lot worse for the Indonesian squad.
Oh, Goni, this is where all the fights happen up north. I think most of the teams, or there were a couple of teams that actually took the emergency pickup, and their decision was to go way up north and come back into the circle. And that's why we see a lot of teams having to fight from the north, coming into the circle from there. And it's not a bad strategy if you go way up north, because naturally, if you go all the way up, you don't need to be worried about your behind. You just need to focus on whatever that's in front of you. But because so many teams happen to go on the same area or make the same rotation, and that's where when the circle shifts further down south, we see a lot of fights back to back.
Yeah, PMA did well in order to eliminate T5, but immediately got caught in a fight with SSC, and that kind of like delayed their approach into the circle, allowing Gex to actually swiftly take control over the south side, and that allowed them to move onto their position and to finally finish off the rest of PMA. Then the confrontation between themselves and EXO Clan again required them to make the maneuver down south once more, wrapping around like kind of like a seesaw if you think about it. You know, they just went from here to there and then back there again, and all the while just picking up kill points as they went.
Yeah, and I think that's a very good rotation that they did, right? Rather than the simple rotation, I'm always thinking like, okay, go front, go front, go front, go front, which is like the obvious route. You go like kind of like the seesaw route, like what you mentioned. It makes other teams unpredictable. Like what will you do? Because maybe at first they would see like, okay, you're there. Maybe if you draw a straight line, you will come here. But no, if you go the other way, there's like the other teams will be like, hey, where have they gone? And PUBG is a 360 game, and the moment you lose sight of someone, you start to wonder where they are.
Yeah, I mean 360, because you know they can come from any angles there, and just leaving the teams that are bogged down in those fights. They can't maneuver out of the way, you know. Gex, conversely, you know, just took the opportunity to use those rotations to take control of the south side. So basically, making sure that the teams that were bogged down in the fights would easily get swept up by Gex as soon as they got to their position. So again, brilliant tactical maneuvers here from the squad from Taiwan, and hopefully you'll be able to see them, make some good moves up when we get to the overall leaderboards here. Slightly disappointed, I think, in Theeerathon FIVE as well as One Call, because it seems like they're getting themselves picked up quite heavily, you know, in these final phases. Though I wonder also because the other teams are starting to be a lot more aggressive, especially against those squads in particular.
Or maybe they have the thought process of like, okay, our points are fairly comfortable to move on to the grand finals. That's why they're like, okay, we just take a chill pill, we just enjoy, have fun, and do whatever that we feel like doing, rather than really trying hard every round.
Maybe, but then again, you know, it's not a sprint; it's a marathon. You need to stay consistently somewhere in that final phase. So I suppose like they have been able to do that but are not able to convert that into, you know, an advantageous position for them. It seems like other teams seem to have them beat in that regard. Gex, one particular, PMA as well, you know, securing the E pickup, was able to get themselves in a position to head off T5. So as a result, T5 now only had a single placement point, whereas one call, they still were able to get some good kills and the besides, so they still managed to get up to 6th place. But Gex, of course, having the lion's share of the points now at 19 here, 10 placement points plus 9 kill points for themselves. EXO Clan finally getting the time in the sun, although I think they would have liked to be able to take the chicken dinner anyway though, but I suppose fair is fair, 2nd place is still a good one for the Australian squad.
And I'll be a little bit worried for New House Esports. Only 4 points this round, and they were booted out of the top 8 from the previous round. And the fact that Purple Moon Esports are getting 4 points, I think NHE will still be on the outside, because the other top 8 teams, or at least the ones closest to them, they're doing as well, if not better than them.
Indeed, they are. So E36 as well, low-key, was having a decent performance here. Actually got themselves a few good fights on the south side, and actually netted a total of 9 kills, which is actually one more compared to EXO Clan. So that's why they're currently tied 14-14 here according to the scoreline. And PMA, I would love to see them get into the top 3 here, but unfortunately being cut off quite early on thanks to GX's maneuver, that pretty much puts them down in 4th place, ahead of at least ahead of SST, but only by 3 points.
Yeah, so the points could still be close at the borderline, I must say, and the last 2 games will definitely be important for a lot of these teams. So we'll be looking forward to see what's going to happen there, because so far the points are close enough to be caught out. But now looking over at the overall leaderboard, okay, NHE, yes, as expected, they're still on the outside with that performance earlier on. EXO Clan, now they are knocking on the doors of the top 8 with 3 points difference than PLM. And interestingly, PLM is still at 9 placement points, not even 10 points yet.
Yeah, I wonder why that's the case here, but nevertheless, EXO Clan, in spite of getting that 2nd place, is still 3 points shy of getting into the 8th spot. I mean, I can only imagine how frustrating it is for the team though, because I don't think they did anything particularly wrong in this round here, but yet they weren't able to capitalize enough there to beat the Purple Moon's scoreline right now. But it's still extremely competitive within this top 8 here. I mean, we already got 3 teams in the 60-point zone. You have like 5 teams having 50 in the 50-point zone as well. So I don't think it's really definite to say that like they're going to be getting in that top 8. But with only 2 more maps remaining after this, I think all it takes for any of these top 8 now to have like a really bad round, getting knocked out early on, that could certainly threaten their position here in this top 8.
Yeah, we can think about the logic, right? For if UV or one call or T5 were to be taken out of the top 8, it will require Redsea, 310, and team number 1 to actually gain the same or more amount of points that they have at least currently. So for that to happen, the chances are quite low. But for the teams at the bottom, especially for Redsea, 310, and 1, for them to get into the top 8, the next map will determine that. If they can get a chicken dinner with a big amount of points, then maybe so. If not, then it's going to be then the last game will just be a fun match for them.
I know, but I think like, especially when you're sitting at that 20-point scoreline, like even if you get the chicken dinner and let's say like 10 kill points, that's still, I don't think going to be enough for them to like get into the top 8 anyway. So it's really only going to be like back-to-back chicken dinners and as well as kill leader for both of those matches that will give them a chance. Otherwise, I think it's going to be supremely hard. Like supremely unlikely actually for those teams to make it in the top 8. So I don't know. It's again tough luck in this situation. Again, they had a very slow start to begin with. Their consistency has been all over the place throughout the entire tournament, even in the group stage as well. And I think that pattern is still continued here. So I think for Redsea specifically, like they're going to have a lot of soul searching after this competition, I expect.
Yeah. Can you imagine, like in the first few games they were in the top 8 and now they are at number 16? It's just devastating. But no matter what, okay, we have the slight debate is that mathematically, you could still do it. Realistically,
No,
yeah,
especially
it's
with all the top 8 teams being so still like not far apart in terms of points with each other.
Yeah.
You know, they'll still fight tooth and nail for every single point from here on out. So the chances for Redsea to capitalize there is only if there's significant mistakes that these teams do right now. You can't really fault Unicorn Venom though, because they are currently sitting in #1 spot here, having 4 to 5 kills so far in this tournament. Not the most that we've seen overall, but then still a handy amount of kills here for them, and certainly enough to propel them up to the very top. And I think that's also a consequence of the way they decide to make their placements and maneuvers, because I've always consistently seen them get into the circle very early on, try to take control of some of the good spots, the good complexes or the high ground. Sometimes they get themselves into some unnecessary fights, but overall still were able to consistently get themselves into the final phase somewhat.
Yeah, we always see them at the final phase, and they're very good at taking fights as well. I guess that translates to their total amount of kills. The most, I believe, so far in the LCQ, probably. If not the most, they'll be at least at the second highest. They're definitely somewhere out there. So Unicorn Venom, it's good showing for them. I remember back yesterday, they were there, but they were not mentioned as much until now that they're at the #1 spot. Then I think they're more visible to all of us that they are such a performing team.
I think it's just like, even though we haven't seen them much, I think we still saw them in a fair few fights actually. Again, we tend to see them a lot during those final phases, and I think they've been kind of like low-key, just kind of like staying out of trouble for the most part maybe. But then again, now it seems like they've come into full form here. They're starting to actually show their capabilities, I think, in this last chance qualifier, and not a moment too soon though, because with the final 2 maps here being Erangel, a classic map for everyone, a map that has been kind of like analyzed to death, I should say, at this point. So a lot of teams now already have their own preferred sort of like movements, preferred landing spots here, and I think that with them already having fully adapted to the new 2023 Super rule set, this is going to be a very crucial testing ground now to see how much they have learned over the past week here competing in this Super Cup.
I guess the only way to take out such a low-key team is to have Thor in the mix. But,
Thor.
Yeah, so I wonder who that will be, because I guess the bigger question is that whether Thor will be among the top 8 teams that have already gotten themselves into the grand finals. Yeah, so we'll be keeping an eye on for that next week. But of course, with the points collected over the course of the last chance qualifiers by Unicorn Venom, I think that they are 90% or if not 100% onto the grand finals already.
I only just made a connection just now. The logo of Unicorn Venom is
Oh,
literally
yeah.
Venom's face. I thought it was a unicorn with teeth, looking at the distance, but I only realized now that it's literally Venom's face there. So
Now I realize it as well. Yeah. A lot of pop culture references here.
oh, I love that. I love that. Ladies and gentlemen, looks like we're going to be jumping into Erangel very soon. The final 2 matches of the last chance qualifier. This is going to determine it all right now. All the teams are just split only by 1 points, 2 points. It is a very, very tight top 8 here. Any one mistake here, any dropouts early on in the game here could end their chances of getting to the grand finals. So you can tell that the tension in the air is at an all-time high.
Yeah, everyone's like super focused. Even like a team like SST, mathematically they can still get across. But they need to work really, really hard this round. They need to bring in not only a chicken dinner, but a big amount of kill points as well. So pretty much this round might be the decider round for a few of these teams at the bottom end of the overall charts. And if they don't do well here, well, the last round will just be a scrim match for them.
So, but for SunSister, they have tried very hard to improve themselves over the course of the group stage. and the last chance qualifier, I think right now it's probably the best I've seen them throughout the entire tournaments here, because I think at the beginning of the group stage, these are some of the teams that struggled very much to find a foothold, but now I'm starting to see SunSister, especially after the chicken dinners, the one chicken dinner they got during group stage, has finally found the confidence needed for them to start taking more fights, start being a bit more proactive, and it seems to have paid off somewhat. I don't know whether it's going to be enough for them to get into the top 8, but I digress. We're going to be starting off now with match number 4 here. Yet another parallel circle, another beautiful straight flight path here.
This is like the second time we got such a flight path.
Yeah.
Unless anyone's OCD enough, then you would have wished that, okay, move a little bit to the right and be aligned with the map grid. But yeah, I guess we are happy with this.
I don't know, I'm looking as closely as I can here. It looks just parallel with the grid here, so just straight up from south to north. A lot of EXO Clan seems to have jumped out quite early. They want to try to take over Sofnoka Island early on here. The other teams deciding to take onto the coastline. We got Gex taking the western side bridge, and I think PMA might be aiming for the eastern side. Instead, Purple Mood as well jumped off relatively early, so they might be able to head off even to another encounter at PMA in this round itself. Unicorn Venom decided to jump off quite late. So has Redsea as well, because they want to try to take the northern side. And I tend to see that a lot from Redsea to take the north part of Erangel every single time we get into this map. Although this time around, it looks like Unicorn Venom might also be thinking about keeping them gate kept should an encounter happen here between themselves and Smell. But I don't know. Okay,
Ooh.
that actually worked out well for Redsea, because this circle lands right on top of Georgia Paul.
Yeah, I think they'll be happy to go to either North George or to Zaki to continue on their looting phase. But we've seen this kind of circle before, and the last time we saw this kind of a split circle on the left side, the circle actually ended up on the shooting range area. So it could be the case again for this time around, or it might give us something different into the Gaka Mountains, which I wouldn't mind seeing as well, considering how interested a lot of these teams are off the Gaka Mountain at one of those Erangel rounds.
Yeah, so that circle as well lands where E36 and T5 decide to go, which is on Georgia Paul itself. Although it seems like E36 takes the north of Georgia Paul, whilst T5 is on across the river, or rather the river mouth on down south of Georgia Paul itself. So at least they're split up that way, so no chance of a massive encounter from the get-go here. Redsea Esports might still be in danger of Unicorn Venom deciding to keep the pressure on them early on in the game. In fact, we already see them trying to regroup now, anticipating an assault coming in here, because they saw Smell drop down together with them, and they realized that this could be a potential for them to try to take them out, but they need to maneuver fast.
Oh, Rosita had been eliminated, so it looks like T5. First blood given towards NHE somewhere else. Redsea, on the other hand, chooses to loot inside of the shelter just below shooting range. But that is where Smell is at as well. And Smell, knowing that someone's there, calls in for backup. Smell gets a knockdown to Dan Pablo.
Yeah, knocked on Dan Pablo and does some damage to his Papa Zayan, and Sylphie is joining up with Smell as well to back him up in this fight. But at least they already took down one. We also see Sapao joining on with the rest of Unicorn Venom. J-Ken now just joining in too. So it looks like it is going to be a full-on encounter between Redsea and Unicorn Venom. New House Esports, by the way, they moved from Gatka towards Jurapol and actually ran into T5. That's why the knockdown happened to Rossitet Jr. there, and we'll hopefully give an update if that fight continues on. Redsea, in the meantime, Mr. Flank is picked up by J-Ken on the side here while he tries to keep his teammate covered. Smell also gets Pamasai taken down, and Zaid gets taken down as well. So Redsea eliminated the first one out of Erangel.
Yeah, that was basically David versus Goliath. The number 1 team versus the number 13 team. So the result, well, as we know now, Redsea have been eliminated without a single point in this round, meaning that it's not mathematically possible for them to go to the grand finals by now.
Yeah, so, well, it's a sad day here for all you Redsea fans out there. I suppose it's going to be better luck next time for the next round of the Super Cup here for Asia for Redsea Esports. But for UV, I mean, that's certainly going to cement their position now in the leaderboard. They're having taken all 4 of those kills. Deadly Strike in the meantime, very quiet around Rosshawk right now, which still sits at the border of the east side of the circle. New House Esports still continuing to push in towards T5 5's position, but hasn't quite overrun them quite yet. Triple A seems to have taken position on the the mountain north of Gatka, so that should provide them a good oversight into the battle that's going on inside Jojo Paul itself. Then I think Deadly Strike is already starting to make a move towards the inland now, so has One Call, who has just entered this next circle here. EXO Clan has not moved at all from the island, in fact. Gex as well as PLM is still stuck in their relative positions here. Attack all around now. Keeping eye out on complexes here, just spotting to see if any other teams are around, but I think this is still quite early on to the point where not a lot of teams are crowding around anyway here and trying to contest all these complexes.
I guess everyone's just taking their time at wherever they are right now because they want to see where the second circle shifts at least, so they can make a decision whether they want to go on the northern side of the circle or on the southern side of the circle, since there's a split in between. Unless you have an emergency pickup, then it doesn't really matter, but if you don't, that's where you really need to make the best decision possible.
So it looks like EXO may not be using their E-pickup if they have found one yet, because they are moving towards the eastern side of Sovnoka and may actually run into the bridge that that leads to the village that PMA is holding right now. Purple Mood as well as Gex are actually moving towards Gatka now. Both of them are going to be entering the south side of the circle very soon. Number one is also on the move, though they seem to be wanting to go up north further, which should bypass the Yasenia Poliana, which is where NGE is currently holed up in. But NGE as well is deciding to load up into a convoy and start to make their way to the circle as well. SSC is the only outlier in this regard because it's still sticking close to the north eastern part of the map here, all along the coastline, and doesn't seem to be in any hurry to get themselves into the circle quite yet.
Ooh, Lun Lun, the Starman for PMA, all alone, doing some scouting work there, relaying information to his team that 310 is making the rotation. But at the same time, Anford NSG knocked down by Hasawat. Now NSG not in the position that they can lose players because they're still chasing for the top 8.
That's the thing, and with Gex and PLM moving up from the south, I think NHE might be under will be under a lot more pressure in the near future here. So that's going to be something to watch out for. One Call as well, getting themselves very close into an encounter with Deadly Strike. It actually started opening fire onto them as well as Triple A. Now we have Rascal Jesters now moving up into the circle here. They've just entered inside and may be able to head off NGE, who is also approaching from the east side. And in fact, 310 has already jumped out of the car, so they're already getting in position to ambush.
Okay, we have EXO Clan here moving in, just cutting across Milta. So looks like they're not going to use their E-pickup just yet. They are going in on vehicle from the military base island. I wonder where they will go. But my theory with this kind of circle is that it's always better to go up north, and if in case the circle shifts down, then it's easier from the north to go down rather from the down to go up, for because of the choke points. Unless you have an E-pickup, then, well, everything is a different conversation altogether.
But then again, consider the fact that EXO Clan starts from the south, though, so they seem to be focused more on trying to get towards the circle instead now, so that's going to leave PMA in the dust. And perhaps actually, if they do take control of Pachinki early on, that might become a choke point for them to prevent PMA from being able to get to the next circle. So that could be one way the EXO Clan secures their spot in the final 8. Deadly Strike, in the meantime, still in the middle of no man's land here. We got One Call being on the door for them, Triple A being close to the south. We also got 310 as well. Haven't been able to keep the NGE from breaking through their ranks, so NGE also gets itself into the inner areas of the circle here. Deadly Strike doesn't have really any targets it could potentially pour some fire onto, so they're mostly just left kind of like sitting and waiting for other teams to respond here.
Okay, yes, Deadly Strike is one of them. An example, like what you mentioned, taking care of one of the choke, which is one of these bridges. And it's also smart for Deadly Strike to be here in case the circle does chip away from them, maybe moving down south. Then it's they can make the faster move of just swimming across or getting a vehicle and getting across, as compared to other teams who are further away. And speaking about the E-pickup, so PMA is using it currently. They're flying from Milta into the circle. But interestingly, there's one of their players, Snogs, actually left inside of Milta.
I'm not sure whether that's I don't know whether the map actually shows live where their position is relative to this E pickup here. So don't take that for granted now. They definitely lifted off from Milta itself using the E pickup, that's for sure. But you also have Lundun already on the ground close to where Tree 10 is. So we'll have to see where they decide to land up in the end here. In the meantime, Global Esports Xsset has now got themselves closer and closer to NHE's position, but still not quite. Still on the outskirts of the hospital right now, and in no danger of contesting NHE's position. This circle still lands on top of Jojo Pole though, so the teams that just only entered the circle has to continue their path on. That might lead to quite a few collision courses right now. Right off the bat, I can see that number 1 and Tree 10 are perhaps moving in onto PMA's position there. You can see Lundun's pip over there, while Snox9 and the other members of PMA is still, appears to be a Milta, but I know they're still halfway towards the circle there and probably dropping down very soon. EXO Clan as well is moving down southward. That might put them in the collision course with Purple Moon and potentially Gex as well. We got PMA now appearing on the map. Looks like they decided to drop right on top of Jojo Pole itself. That's going to be straight into the firefight that's going on in the South Jojo Pole.
And Deadly Strike already making their move, just as we predicted, because the majority of Circle now is on the main peninsula. So for them having parked themselves close by with the bridge, so they will have an easy entry without an issue. But looking at how the current circle is, meaning that a lot of teams start to migrate onto the main peninsula, and we'll get to see like a lot of teams close by with each other. And there's a big possibility that we'll start to see fights, or a lot of big fights happening soon.
EXO Clan starting to bump into PLM right now, and PMA is in a prime position here to start getting into fight right now with NHE, although NHE does hold a high ground advantage and has a much bigger compound to work with here. So if they get up in the rooftop, they can easily snipe down onto PMA's position and also keep an eye out for Deadly Strike as well as AAA, although a hill still separates the two teams there, so can still mostly focus on the fight against PMA for the most part.
Okay, Hospital being a popular area, we can see that PMA is there, NHE is here, but NHE is playing with 3 players. So in case of any crash in onto the hospital compound, meaning that they'll be in a disadvantaged position, and well, it's never great to be in that situation in case anyone crashes into you. And speaking about crashing in, NGE might want to crash in onto one call, but no, they will not. They will drive past by, and one of them being knocked down.
No, Van catching the worst of it actually, while one call's Trick is also on the move as well. A drive-by shooting if there ever was one, but then they now need to try to get the backup onto Savoy, who is going to completely surround the NGE, so there's no way he's going to be able to get out of this situation here. Now the rest of one call will be coming in here to try to salvage this fight here. They managed to find Hakai trying to come in, slip in from the side, but Bob up on the window does a lot of damage on the Trick as well as Jexy before they're able to pile out the vehicles here. Flag grenade is going to be coming out here. That is going to connect actually on the Trick. He's already down now, and that Blue also keeping him honest by just popping out for the window on top of the hill there. Now Nando J gets popped down as well. Jexy is probably last one ever dog call, but Fab takes him out from back with a headshot, and that will be the end of one call's run.
Well, NJE managed to secure the 4 kills, meaning that this gives them a little bit more hope for them to break into the top 8. Their points are not that far away, but we'll have to discuss later on as Bobos shoots onto 310. 310 still making their way into the circle, not on the clear just yet as PLM. Also, the rest of PLM putting focus onto them. Right now, 310 still rotating, finding a place to call home, and looks like they're going to use the ledges as the next cover.
Now, Lundun actually found an E pickup and is going around the coastline of Jojo Pole itself, so it seems like he wants to reposition himself in a better spot there, hopefully for this next circle, but again, it still lands on top of Jojo Pole anyway, though. Vuelo under fire right now, has to try to keep Cody close to him, but then frag grenades are being sent in his direction, and Wesker is caught around the outside, though, will get knocked down eventually by Empty's shot. Now, Kai is going to try to return fire, but he can only spot the team number 1 on the other side there, can't really get a beat under EXO Clan, who are starting to slaughter 310 here, and thus not giving them any room to get out of this ditch.
Okay, we can see there's one team, UV, still on Nogo Pool, so they'll stay put there for now, but they'll need to move at some point because very likely that the circle will go down south, considering that this is esports mode. And look at the amount of teams just below Gaka Mountain. We have like, what, 4 teams down there, and all of them need to move.
Yeah, the chances are that Circle might actually end up going down southwards more, so that might put UV in a path towards T5, who are holding up by the bridge point there, just gatekeeping UV from being able to come down southwards. In the meantime, PLM and 310 and are just moving up along towards the hospital. Upchen might actually get caught in the middle of that. Rolling and rolling, just keeps rolling away, and he's forced to come out of the way there. Thunder should be able to come in and pick him up, but instead he's going to try to secure this complex first.
That was super duper scary in case he rolled in front of another team that he might get shot down. And now EXO Clan on the lower ground against number one. Number one has a high ground advantage, and with that knockdown onto one member of EXO Clan, now they will be the ones who gatekeep them instead.
Well, the thing is that PLM is already in position south of the circle, so they certainly are pouring fire onto EXO Clan's position. That already got a knockdown in Chimpy and are trying to finish him off. But then number one is facing another pressure here coming from SunSister, who moves in from the northern side, takes control over the mountain north of Gatka, and that's putting team number one in a very, very precarious position here. Now EXO Clan deciding to move out of the way. They're going to leave number one to the devices. Instead, they want to try to head off Purple Mood here instead, because they now realize that the path towards the circle has been cut off. They need to scramble now to get themselves back into the safe zone.
Oh, here we go. The Gatka Mountain held by SST, but SST needs to move anyway because the circle is not within the mountain. But they're taking their time because they know that the longer they stay there, there's more opportunity for them to shoot from the high ground to take down anyone who's taking the location right below them. And now I'm Hack trying his luck against team number one, but team number one smartly rotating into the circle. They're okay for now, but it's going to be another question once they reach to their destination.
So look at how many teams just firing upon number one right now, just perfectly keeping them corralled within the center there. Miao Yu finds PLM's Lamba Wu off the top there. Tanawa is also being taken down as well. Miao Yu now is attempting to try to hold their own, because right now they're being bogged down in the middle of all of these three teams here. They just keep pouring fire onto them. PLM decided to move up, and they're going to try to collapse onto number one's position there. Both Thunder and Borbos will be leading the front line here. Are they going to be able to finish all the rest of the two of them? Because Miao Yu and the others of number one are literally bogged down in the middle of open space.
Ooh, Thunder is being shot at, almost being taken out, but Tanawa will be finished off by favorite from SST. Barbos tries to get a knockdown somewhere else, and Barbos relocates himself. He needs to get into somewhere clearer. At the same time, SST is moving towards PLM. They're going to take this fight against PLM, it seems.
Oh yeah, while the boys are away, SST is coming to play. They're getting into the compound now. Borbos only just rejoined them, but Tay9 does get the shots through. PLM losing a little bit here in this fight. They managed to get a couple of knockdowns on the SST, but things are rapidly getting very chaotic here as Runex pops inside with a frag grenade, gets popped out on the field. Tay9 with a triple kill on a frag grenade. Seems to be able to clean up house here, but Fluky is still standing, still around, still has a healing. He's still on the top floor here, just waiting for anyone from SSC to come up. He's going to go down instead, but Tay9 handles him quite well, and PLM is out in 14th.
And with the 4 points for SST, this brings them a little bit closer to the top 8, but they need to do more work on this round and also the next maybe. But now SST only has one player left, so the best that they can do is just go for positioning points. If not, try to steal away kills from afar. But now Jenkitu off, now trying to get his target, but not able to land those shots just yet. AAA, attack all around, has a good compound to work with within the circle.
Yeah, Zigao is going to try to run his way into another compound, but every single one is being held by other teams there. So now the only other position he has is the hospital, but that's being held very tightly by Geek, so he's forced to stop and reprieve himself over this rock over here. EXO Clan in the meantime getting a collapse onto E36. Sylphia already down on the ground there. Starlord already taken out. So has Dave here. XK1 from across the street can only watch on helplessly as the rest of his squad gets completely decimated.
Okay, here we go. EXO Clan, only 2 left though. 3 kill points so far for EXO Clan. And they need to do a little bit more for them to get into the top 8. And considering that PMA is still alive though, okay, he's trying right now. Yes, he can, he gets it. So it's going to be 4 total kills now for EXO Clan thanks to Gats.
Actually, I just realized that maybe XK is, that's how you pronounce it, because he's in Japanese, isn't it? XK, it sounds a lot more closer there for E36, but nevertheless, he's a sole remaining member for Enter Force, so he's going to have to sit back and hang on tight there and let the other teams fight it out. EXO Clan, in the meantime, should be able to scoop up of the rewards out of eliminating the other members of E36. The AAA has been overseeing that fight going on, so has NGE, and they are certainly keeping their eyes peeled to see when EXO Clan decides to make a maneuver here. The circle is already starting to close in around them. I think looking at the situation here, if it goes westwards there, it could be perfect for a lot of these teams, but no, it actually ends up a little bit more eastwards and lands right on top of where AAA as well as NGE is.
Yeah, AAA still has the best compound possible because look at the amount of open space around them, meaning that if anyone wants to crash in onto AAA, they need to go through an open space whereby AAA can still shoot them before they arrive, unless they create a smoke bridge. But that's going to be another hassle. But it's going to be even worse for teams on inside of Jogopol, the container area. Look at the amount of teams that all these teams, assuming that the circle does shift downwards towards AAA, they all need to cross the road together.
A bit of a contact going on the northern side. You can see 4 teams being squeezed around Jogopol right now. T5 on the north, NG in the compound close to the road. So is Deadly Strike, UV as well are pushing in onto Deadly Strike's position. They got NHE is moving in from the western side, under fire from Tree 10 right now because they spot them from across the street. Chidoy actually gets knocked down though from a nice shot from Kane. So that's going to force them to dig down for a little bit.
Smells gunpowder from Jason's gun. That's knocked down there. And now NHC will need to fight their way into the circle. UV will be waiting for them. UV has a decent compound to work with, and UV now will try to stop NHC from coming in. And if NHC goes out at this point, they will still be on the outside of top 8.
Oh, Deadly Strike right now. 2 people knocked down, but Crazy Boy can't really do much to revive both of them at once. And they've been under fire from UV all the while because they are trying to get into their position there and actually keeps them corralled inside that one house. When we have NGE and T5 as well providing fire at the same time, Deadly Strike is actually taking the brunt of most of that damage right now and can't really maneuver out of the way, so they really have to just stand their ground and fight here. But unfortunately, they're in a very precarious position here as far as Jogopol is concerned. We got NHE also wrapping around towards the northern side to try to stay out of the firefight for now, although the blue zone will certainly be corralling them close by anyway, so I wonder if they're going to try to go for a backdoor maneuver onto T5 from the north side. In the meantime, Gex, the blue zone already starting to crowd around them. They will have to get out of the hospital eventually, but you have PMA and Tree 10 also being around there, so I don't know what's going to be the path for them here.
Oh, okay, GEX now, we need to find their way through, but look at the amount of teams as well. There's like 4 teams around the area. Team number 1 currently in the circle, but team number 1 only has 1 player left, and that's going to be Zigo, and Zigo's at the lower ground. If anyone shows up on the high ground, then Zigo is pretty much gone for.
Yeah, whoa. That's Deadly Strike now taking out both of PMA, so they got eliminated quite early on there, which may be a bit of a reprieve for Gex because now they can just only focus on Tree 10. Upchen just parachuting his way down now to join out together with Leo, who is moving up rapidly towards Tree 10's position. Frag grenades going send. That's going to land on the Kind right now. He just needs to take out Goni, and that will be the end of Tree 10, and indeed it will be the end of Tree 10. Rascal Jester in 12th place.
But look at the circle, it moved further away from these teams, so they still need to get into the circle. Oh, Zigo be spun out by Leo, tossing out a molly onto him, but Zigo doesn't need a molly. He has Yuri there just right beside him to take Zigo down.
And T9 taking the opportunity there actually takes out Yuri very quickly on, so Gex thought they were able to clear themselves a path now, have to go and snuff out where T9's position is, and he is literally keeping them delayed right now in their attempt to get to the circle, or they could try to pull away further from him, and that will allow them to peel away from this battle here, but they still may run into the clutches of AAA, who have been holding the compound on the south side of this circle here, and are gatekeepers right now to GEX's chances.
Okay, here we go. So T5 now still holding onto their position. NG somehow managed to slip into the circle, going past all these teams who were gatekeeping them earlier on, and now UV is the one on the outside of the circle. They'll need to fight their way through, and that blue tries to get one target. Fab gets onto Hatsawat.
Yeah, that was exactly what they were looking for now. So T5 doesn't have a lot of strength now to deal with NGE, and with NHE continuing to keep them pressure from the top side. UV now collapsing onto Deadly Strike here. They're going to try to get onto Lucky J, I think, who is still in the building just close to where UV is right now. That blue still around the outside, spotting and just keeping an eye out for T5's maneuvers here. Hatsawa is still bleeding out, but Tanado is still hanging back. So is Panapong behind the building that blue is currently spotting at the moment. Whole time though, AAA has just been waiting in the wings there. Yo, Gex is actually colliding into the building where NGE is, and Aquilusa takes out Upchen to finishes off the rest of GEX.
Oh, we're not done yet with the fights here. Lucky G looks like he's in the compound, prepping up a nade, wanting to toss on the side of UV. They are still on the outside circle. Same goes for their opponent on the other building. Now they're coming in. They're trying to flush out whoever's in this building right now. Sapao moving around with the AUG on the right side in the toilet. And that is Sapao and Co. taking out Lucky G.
Yeah, but that's not the end of Destiny Strike yet. They're still in the other building though. And Unicorn Venom has only just cleared out one of the rooms that Lucky J was in. But a grenade actually will land straight onto CA. Sapao will be able to get the shot onto him as well to keep the knockdown going. Mal Rush and the other member, Crazy Boy from Deadly Strike, still able to stay alive for now, but not going to be able to support Jason's position, so it seems like they will have to dig in on this corner of the house.
Oh, Crazy Boy right now still on somewhere on the outside circle for them to pick up their teammate Jason. It's going to be a little bit hard. He's on the other side, and Jason finished off by Sapao from UV. That's going to be another point in the back for them.
Yeah, T1706 have been taken out, so that's going to be NHE out in 8th place now. So T5 managed to head off that pressure from the top now, so they can fully focus on the fight with NGE. UV still looking to try to flush out Deadly Strike. That Blue Zone is certainly going to be forcing them out in the open, and that might run them into the crutches of T5 because Tanado is already set up within the house there. Still under siege somewhat from NGE, but that open ground is also an open invitation for AAA to try to take some shots too. So either way, both of these teams will have to run out in the open, and that's not a comfortable proposition to make right now.
Not so lucky for AAA and EXO Clan. They don't have the circle now, and they probably need to cross the road. Now, the little bit of space that is still within the circle on their side is an open space, so they're definitely not going to stop there. They'll try to push their way onto the other side. But now, the fact that EXO Clan went first, so all eyes on them, and Fab gets another one.
Just getting cut down as they'll try to maneuver into the road there, out on the main road. It was perfect angle as well for Fab to get those both of those shots done. So now Theeerathon FIVE continuing to keep the siege going onto NGE, whereas like UV and Deadly Strike still exchanging shots. I think they got a knockdown onto Crazy Boy right now, so Mal Rush is the last person standing for Deadly Strike inside the smoke. Unicorn Venom just pouring whatever lead they had into the smoke, hoping to get the one last ping that's going to finish up Deadly Strike. But the Blue Zone still crashing in, still closing in around them. Unicorn Venom not looking too good either, as J-Ken has already been knocked down. Sylphie's going to pop out of the window, and then Theeerathon FIVE pops him up immediately, and Unicorn Venom is out.
And look at this AAA managed to make the rotation on the right and get into the circle. And that is where they're on the clear because everyone else is on the right, if not on the middle. So AAA, you have a little bit of elevation here to work with as well, giving them the advantage against everyone else.
Yep, attack all around, also making a move. They actually moved up to the north side to take the high ground within the next circle. And so they're going to let T5 and NG continue to scramble within the compound there while they will go ahead and take up a good position there to keep sniping on top of them and just take control over the circle now. Whereas T5 are now regrouping themselves, trying to get themselves into a maneuvering position to try to head off NGE. But right now the fight is literally between these two squads.
All right, here we go. Phase 8 is about to show itself very, very soon. We have about 15 more seconds before the circle closes entirely and will be reviewed with the next phase, whereby it's very likely that the circle will go towards the middle. And right now, speaking about the middle, NGE is in it.
Yep, NGE in the thick of it right now. Both Fad and that boy are that blue are still split up from Hakai right now, so they aren't exactly fighting at full strength. Pantapom is now deciding to peek out of the windows here, and he also spots. I expect we'll be able to spot AAA up on the hillside there, so they know that their position is under threat there from AAA's full stack. But nevertheless, they're still not able to flush out NGE from this compound, which is literally the biggest problem they've been facing all throughout this entire phase here. So they're still digging into the positions. XK1 is also just digging in as well. He is pretty much going to be a spectator to the firefights going on around him.
Well, we can see AAA now jumping to their vehicles. The next best bet is probably to crash into the compound where NGE is at. But it's best if we can create a small bridge in which they are doing right now. So it's a matter of time till we see AAA crashing onto NGE.
And Hakai is already maneuvered up to this tower here, but you can hear the vehicles coming in.
Here we
Jedi
go.
Aqualusa gets knocked down as they try to get into the compound. This is bad for Triple A, and Hakai hitting with a spray, trying to take down Oda Squid, takes it down as well. Triple A decimated when they tried to make the move.
Ooh, that is a good defense there coming from NGE. They anticipated that move from Triple A. Triple A only left with one player left, and he's forced to move in anyway. And shots fired to Triple A, and Triple A entire squad eliminated by NGE.
Ooh, Hakai, absolutely killing it right now, eliminating whole squad. So now NGE versus T5, a 3v3 situation here. Pantopom still scanning around the outside. He has no targets to pour fire onto, and he's desperate right now to try to control the situation.
Oh, 20 more seconds before we'll see the next phase, in which the next phase will close entirely. E36 somehow still survived. Who's the last man with E36? He's way up north. He's going to stay put. He's going to stay quiet, but now his position is compromised because of the smoke grenade. Fab tries to find where exactly he is, and finally the grenade will meet its end.
So now it's fully between these two teams here, with XK already taken out, and GE still has a good position inside the middle of this circle here. So if anything, T5 is at a disadvantage, and with that blue still able to stay on top of in the first floor of that building, he's certainly going to be able to spot T5 should they come around. But Tanador's already been knocked out. Fab finds him on trying to flank around, gets a headshot to finish him up as well. T5 is now down to 2.
Oh, NGE now has a big advantage against T5, and they can get the chicken dinner. Definitely they'll be in the top 8. And look at our live standings right now. NGE is not only in the top 8, they are number 2, and they can secure all these kill points. They can probably overtake UV. They're currently going in with a knockdown, and looks like there's only one left to go.
Fab going to get through the window. Hasawat is inside there. The Blues are crawling around there. He's going to try to get a head up inside, but the bars prevents him from being able to get into the building itself. A Molotov is going to be sent through the window. That's putting Hasawat in a very precarious position there, with the Blues are still creeping around him. New Generation Esports just needs to wait it out, and they will get the chicken dinner.
And the point has been denied, but it is okay, not an issue, as New Generation Esports will get the chicken dinner. And before this, they were just on the outside of the top 8, but with this chicken dinner, with one more game to go, we can safely say that New Generation Esports will be playing in the grand finals.
Oh yeah, I think this is going to be a huge amount of points to secure them that slot right now. And with only one match to go, it's going to take a very, very bad round here for New Generation to threaten their spot. But at least for now, they can savor this victory here. It was a perfect play for them to just kind of hold the position there instead of like trying to outmaneuver T5, because the circle essentially still landed on top of them. They were still in that position for the final phase, so they knew that as long as they can delay T5's maneuvers, prevent them from trying to get the flank, they were certain to certainly would have a high probability to win.
And also the fact that they won against Triple A, they know that, okay, our backs are clear, all they need to focus is at the front. Well, there was one last member from E36 left, but anyway, there was only one player, so they cleared him off as well, and they know that everyone else from T5 is just in one direction, so as long as they keep their eye on that other building, they'll be okay. And plus, T5, they were closer to the blue as well, and when we reach phase 9, whereby the circle will close entirely, T5 will be the team that gets pressured first, and they won't have anywhere to go. And the pressure coming in from NGE was on point as well, because they basically choke T5, not allowing them to move.
Yeah, I think what could have been a spoiler for them is if Unicorn Venom and Deadly Strike actually wrapped up their fights early on and started putting pressure on NGE. Perhaps that would have been that would have not allowed them to continue to keep the siege going onto T5. But Unicorn Venom did finish off Deadly Strike, but were not able to get the full elimination done on them. And this was where Fab basically got 2 knockdowns in a row to eliminate EXO Clan. Theeerathon FIVE Saladol also found a nice spot there to finish off Unicorn Venom. So that pretty much removed a lot of the problems in the equation. And Hakai, gotta give a lot of credit to this guy here, because while the rest of his team couldn't quite maneuver, he was the one who decided to take position by this water tower here and actually found himself in a prime position to farm the kill points off of Triple A.
Absolutely, his off-angle position was crucial to defend this compound against Triple A. And pretty much when they cleared out Triple A, we can pretty much say that the rest is history from here. Just look at the amount of space that T5 has. Basically no space. If they were to jump out of this building, they're basically food for their opponent. So I can understand why they choose to deny the point instead.
Yeah, wow, that was just amazing, just simply nothing short of amazing there. That the way they deal with that final circle, and with the way that NG is played here, it's just surprising that they haven't been in the talks really for that for the top four. This competition, but off of this chicken dinner here with this performance, I think, like you said, it's very likely they're going to be securing that one of the 8 slots going to the grand finals here. We still have one more round in Wrangle to run after this, so you can imagine like a lot of the teams now will certainly be feeling the pressure to basically grab whatever remaining points there are left here. Some teams are certainly mathematically impossible. It's going to be mathematically impossible for them to catch up now. So the best they could do is just perform their very best in this last map and hopefully disrupt the progress of some of these other teams there who are still in that running to get into the top 8.
And if not to disrupt the other teams, at least to give something back to the fans, right? Supporting them, maybe close it off with a chicken dinner. And yeah, I guess that's the best possible scenario if they are not able to get into the grand finals. So everyone should just play their best in this last round. But for some of the teams that are at the borderline, we're tabulating the scores right now, so we'll have a clearer picture of what are the teams at the borderline at this point. But I can say that just on a rough mental calculation, I think that there's a good amount of teams that could still shuffle that borderline, that could still come in with a surprise to break into the top 8. So that will be something that we'll need to keep an eye on as we start to tabulate the scores. As usual, at first we'll start to read out the scores from this round only before combining all the scores together to have an idea of who might still have that chance into the grand finals.
Yeah, let's go and have a look at the results for this match itself now and get an idea of where NG stands. Look at that, 26 points for them. That's a very hefty haul for them in this round itself. Unicorn Venom only able to muster up 8 kills here, and that puts them only 11 points in second place there. T5 in third right now, ahead of AAA. And it would look like AAA had like a good opportunity here, to be amongst the top 3, but kind of faltered because of just because of being a little bit early in that and just being hurriedly trying to get into the compound, not realizing that Hakai was in a prime position to cut them down before they were able to get into that assault position. EXO Clan able to get themselves in 7th place, but only by virtue of having those 4 kill points. Gex as well, 0 placement points for them, but it's still 6 kill points is enough for them to be up in P6.
I know, right? They're getting the Purple Moon strategy, right? So who cares about placement points? Just get the kill points in and you'll still be up there. So that seems to be the game this time around. But speaking about Purple Moon Esports, they're on the other side with only 4 points. But NHE with only 2 points. The last round will be crucial. I think the points will be close enough. But here it is.
Woo! And off that chicken dinner, NGE shoots way up to the top of the leaderboard right now, ahead of Unicorn Venom by 3 points actually. So 82 points to 79. We still have PMA still hanging in there with 53 points. Somehow still able to stay ahead of EXO Clan in spite of all the chaos there. So that's kind of interesting to see there. But you can clearly see that PMA had a lot more balance of placement points versus kill points when you look at EXO Clan itself. Even though they had 41 kills, they only managed to gather like 11 placement points in total. So it seems like the survivability of them going to the final phase is the biggest weakness right now for this Australian squad, and that's what's kind of holding them back a little bit from securing a top 8 spot right now.
But the good news is that at least they managed to trade it off with a decent or a good amount of kill points. So, but they're still 1 point shy away from the top 8. But considering that there are teams like PMA and Purple Moon Esports who are able to collect those points, it is scary. But I think at this point, right, for me the scariest team is probably Purple Moon Esports because they normally don't gather that many placement points. They only depend a lot on kill points, and I worry that it won't be enough for them to sustain the top 8.
Yeah, so nevertheless, like I just wonder the teams that have nothing left to lose, are they just going to go all out in this 5th round here and just hopefully disrupt the other teams? We're going to have to find out though, because to leave you guys in a little bit of suspense, we're going to be taking a short break before we get to the final map of the final day here. This is the last chance qualifiers for the PUBG Asia Super Cup, and we're going to be coming back right after these messages.
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Jester. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store, and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Jester. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth it. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace 32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast-paced and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store, and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destiny. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth it. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace 32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
ladies and gentlemen, it is time now. We're already in the last chance qualifier. This is now the last match of the last chance qualifier here. So you know what that means. It means one last shot, one last opportunity here for all these teams to get themselves in the top 8. So far, you know, we already see that a lot of dominance coming in from the Vietnamese squads. They've already picked up a lot of chicken dinners here today. So I think plenty of them are certainly having a good shot of getting to the grand finals. I still feel that there's still plenty of opportunities for those who aren't in the top 8 yet to get into there, just simply because of the points gap being that narrow. So I don't think anything is set in stone even coming to this final match, isn't it?
Yeah, not at all. So especially teams at the borderline, they cannot be comfortable. So this is the round where it's all in for them. But thinking about the teams that mathematically will not be able to progress through, I wonder what they will do. Will they just be the ones to be naughty and just disrupt all these teams from getting past?
Well, PMA is certainly looking a lot more serious this time around, although they're still in the top 8, but only just barely. EXO Clan is literally 1 point away from overtaking their spot. They're 1 point behind Purple Mood as well. So these two teams there, Purple Mood as well as Positive Mental Attitude, are both in danger of relegation here should they drop this round. So certainly the pressure is the highest it's ever been for this team now in particular. But considering where they kind of started versus where they ended up here, I mean, just being in the top 8 coming into this final competition here is certainly more than I think they even expected coming to this last chance qualifier.
Now, if I kind of think about it, right, because Purple Moon is at number 8, EXO Clan is just below them, I wonder if PMA will want to hard drop EXO Clan.
That would be interesting if they were to do so, because again, that they are. I think all these 3 of these teams right now are still in the running to get in the top 8, even with EXO Clan and Global. Don't forget as well, Global Esports Xsset. After taking that chicken dinner, they certainly getting themselves back in the running. Although they're still a little bit far off from EXO Clan. If they were to get into the final circle fight here, that's still a high chance for them to get in the top 8. We are now flying into Erangel here, the last flight path here, going from west to east here, biased towards the northern side. We got Redsea, of course, jumping off early on, along with EXO Clan as well. So I think the hot drop that you're thinking that PMA is going to be doing doesn't look like it's going to be coming true, because PMA decides to drop very late. Looks like they're aiming to try to drop onto Milta instead.
Yeah, I guess if you're a team like a PMA and you don't want to be naughty to try to take out EXO Clan, your objective is just to stay alive as long as possible. And in theory, if you can survive above EXO Clan, in general, your chances of moving above them, equals to going on to the grand finals, is higher.
Indeed it is. Now, Attack All Around drops very close to where GEX is right now, and in fact, they're going to try to contest them over Pachinki here. So it seems like AAA is deciding to take the safest possible position on this map, which is right in the center. Look at this circle here. It's still on the northern side, but it actually wraps on top of Yasenao Polyana as well as a Stalber, and that puts NGE and One Call actually in a prime position here to start gatekeeping some teams to come in.
Yeah, I hope it goes to Stalber. We don't get to see much of that kind of circle. Or it goes to Kameshki, that'll be kind of fun as well. But if it goes to Yasnaya, then we can expect a slow ending, because whatever circle that's in a compound finale, it normally is teams will be okay, just holding on to their position in respective houses, so the fights tend to be a little bit slower. Hence, when it comes to action consideration, it's not that great towards the end. But if it goes to somewhere like a little bit more open, or playing around the areas of elevation, like Stalber, then we will see a lot of good fights head on.
I would say that EXO Clan, out of the 3 teams that are still in danger of relegation, is probably in the worst position overall, because having taken control of Zarki there, although they will have the village to farm for themselves, but they can be gate-kept by Redsea, they can be gate-kept by UV, and even to get to the circle, One Call is already in position to stop them in their tracks when they get to this safe zone here. So I think they have the hardest path compared to most of everyone else here, if you discount the ones coming down from southwards, but they still also have good paths to get towards the circle here. SST covertly, if they conversely, if they just hang along the coastline there, they should meet very little resistance coming to this next safe zone here. So certainly things are not very equal amongst these teams here, and they just really have to make the best of the situation now.
Frankly, I'm slightly surprised that even in last game, it's kind of calm at the start. Because normally in PUBG, if the last game when some of these teams, to them, the points don't matter anymore, they would just hard drop or they would just rush into another team's drop spot and just try to have fun. So it seems that everyone's still maintaining that discipline in this last game. And speaking about Stauber, one of my favorite areas for the final circle to be at, we already have one team there, and that's going to be UV. But UV, we can safely say that they are onto the grand finals.
Well, yeah, pretty much so. But then they also have the potential to try to gatekeep other teams from being able to get in the top 8 anyway. So it makes sense for them to want to control this next circle here. And with them having dropped on Severity, they actually were in a prime position to move in. So Sylphie has already gone to try to take control of Stauber early on. That's could provide a good base for them if they ever get into the fight with one call who are just hanging down south of Stauber itself. New House Esports is on the move, so is E36. They might actually encounter each other as they enter this next circle here, although for now they're still a little bit spread out, not going to be within visual range of each other, although they can still hear the sounds coming from the engines though, and I think Sylphia might be hearing that coming around the line there, so they might know that another team is also moving along with them towards this next safe zone.
Yeah, moving together, going up from the north, and I think that is a strategy that is, to me, that is a good strategy because again, coming up from the north to the south is a little bit easier than from the south going up north. That's also because of the elevation around the areas of starboard that they can go first and they can come down from there. If they choose the southern road, normally there will be like teams taking care of the high ground already by then. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult if they come from the south. But of course, that's very circle dependent. In case the circle does pull down south, then whoever's already on the southern side will be okay. But if the circle goes up north, then I guess we're going to see a lot of fights as they try to get into the circle.
NGE is very early to take Yasina Polyana right now, and that forces 310 to actually maneuver north of them right now to avoid taking fire from their position here. So NHE has also found themselves a complex work off of E36, took control of Severity after after Unicorn Venom decides to move on to Stauber, and they've already set up camp over there, so they pretty much have good control over this area should they stay in this position now, because this is a nice little high point that keeps an eye on one call, keeps an eye on NHE. Wesker getting a little bit pinged right now because they tried to get onto NGE and they want to try to get control. Yasiana, Polyana, Goni, and Vuelo now moving closely, rapidly onto that blue, and Van Eung trying to get the knockdown, can't quite connect though, so he's going to have to duck into the apartments.
Right, they're taking the fight head on. That blue will be the next one to go down. Keen as well, so they're trading it back and forth as Van Eung tosses out the nade onto the other side, but the nade might not land nicely, so that nade is just to buy time for him to get back into the compound to reset himself.
Hakai is very quickly trying to rejoin the rest of his team right now. They sense an opportunity here to eliminate 310. They just need to try to keep them holed up inside his apartment, and 310 indeed are stuck inside this one building here while NG surrounds them around the perimeter here. Bob is still holding around the doorway here. He's going to go in. Oh, Goni is right behind him though. He turns around just in time to take him out.
Wow.
Going to hell though, but Els Wesker comes through the doorway and finishes him off.
Well, the flick shot still worked, but then again, the follow-up was even better as Van Eung is now the last man for NGE in the compound. Molly stopping him at his tracks. So right now, there's opportunity for a reset to happen onto the second floor, but he goes for his teammate instead of going in for the siege.
Again, there's only on one here, and 310 still has plenty of teammates to revive here, though I think Hakai is probably going to bleed out very quickly now, so NGE needs to be able to get themselves close enough. But again, Van Eung is going to be coming through the doorway here. Kai is still trying to hold it back here, tries to finish off the rest, but the gunshots might have attracted attention here at NGE, but 310 still trying to hold the ground right now, but I don't know how long can it still last under this situation here. Wesker facing a bit of pressure under the frag grenades. Hakai sends another one out, forcing him to get outside, where he gets knocked down instead. Kai now has a Molotov. He's going to use that to try to stop them from getting through, but he's still, Hakai still is able to give him a slip and gets into the hallway.
Oh, there you go. Hopefully there's enough time for him to revive his teammate. Right now, looks like the fight is not over yet. They are still in this compound together. New Generation Esports on the second floor, okay, on the other side of the building, in fact. And now they're just keeping eye onto each other. Everyone's taking time to reset. The nade will land onto Area 310, and Area 310 will need to find refuge somewhere else.
They're literally fighting for their lives right now. Even though Area T310 is in 15 overall, they still want to try to take this against NGE. But then now Hakai pops through the door, almost gets a drop there on Dagoni, but isn't able to finish him off. Kind instead will be the one knocked down by Van Ung. So this could be prime now for New Generation to break into the room. Goni is still on the inside there, but he's still striking down. But thankfully, from behind, Van Ung finishes him off, and Area Esports is out in 16th place. And we say goodbye to the Japanese team.
Oh, it looks like EXO Clan is eliminated as well.
What were they doing? Like they would try to, I guess they tried to move up from the coastline up north and actually bump themselves into E36, who was set up inside the close to Severity, and just completely lost that fight. So the Australian team as well out in 15th place, and that's not going to bode well for the chances in the top 8 now, because there's no way they're going to be able to get any more points from here on out.
The winners of Challenge Rumble eliminated from the PUBG Asia Super Cup, unfortunately. And hopefully we'll be able to see them in future tournaments. But right now, looks like there will be a few other teams that can still make it. I would say that GX can still make it, NHE can still make it as well, and it's going to go even harder for the other teams. But I think for those two teams, still has a chance.
Right now, teams are starting to corral into the circle here. PMA is moving out for the south side, trying to give Gex a slip, and actually successful in that regard. So they should have a clear path towards the mansion now, but a bit of a three-way fight might be forming here between SST, Purple Mood, as well as team number 1. So that's something they have to watch out for. Redsea as well has just made their way into the circle too. Mr. Flank, Dean, Papa Zayed are already in position, but unfortunately they can't quite find a complex to work out of, because NHE has already taken 1, so has E36 as well. This next circle goes a little bit more southwards, landing on top of SSC and PLM as well as number 1, and that's also perfect for PMA, who has just gotten to the mansion.
And T5 took the Kameshki rotation from the right side coastline into the circle unchallenged, and that is a good move taken by them there. Don't need to worry about the teams coming down from Starburg. And speaking about the teams coming down for Starburg, we got at least 5 teams around that area that need to get into the circle, but in the middle, it's getting crowded.
Yeah, Redsea Esports finds NHE as they were convoying their way into the circle here, so they're trying to shoot them out of the window of the Jeep here, or at least Don Pablo was, along with Papa Zayed, but they still will be moving on, continuing to cut through there. And speaking of cutting through, NGE's Van Ung is also cutting right across all 3 of these teams here, as well as one call, and somehow managed to avoid most of the fire coming that way. DLM in the meantime, they spot PMA coming through in between number 1 and Gex right now. They're sliding right through this path here, trying to get around the mansion, but Gex has already beat them due to the punch, taking control over the complex now. He's saying the PMA's only option is to go towards the prison.
Yeah, PMA, one of those teams who can't afford to drop out early, if not they risk going out. So right now they are at 53 points. GS can still catch up to them with 3 points difference. So it's something they need to be aware of. They cannot take too much of the risk. But now NHE met up with T5. Shots fired by T5 onto NHE.
Yep, T5 now keeping the pressure going. Long case running across with the buggy there. He was attempting to try to get the job with Rossitan, but Rossitan undebated takes him out completely.
No.
The rest of the T5 now not looking too good inside the building as Ho-An takes down Hasawa. Tanadol now getting himself into the building, crashes the party there, and eliminates NHE, New House Esports, in 14th place.
After getting the chicken dinner earlier today, unfortunately, New House Esports couldn't maintain their momentum, and now they have been eliminated. Hopefully, we'll be able to see them in the future as well. Enough for NGE going up against T5. T5 has a high ground against Hakai. Hakai knocked out by Rosidet, and he will be finished off by him as well.
Yeah, there's still one more member. NGE is still around. He is all the way up. No, Van Ung is actually under fire from the deadly strike right now. So hopefully he'll be able to hold his own. In the meantime, I think PLM and the others are still getting some scraps in the middle here, out in the open, out away from the complexes here. They actually found Redsea Esports on the other side. Deadly Strike now, I think they also spotted NGE's last member there. They're going to try to flush him out. Van Ung has a frag grenade, tosses one out, almost catches Lucky J in the face there, but he's able to get away.
Ooh, but then again, Van Ung is still in the building, surrounded by his opponents, and now Van Ung shoots Van Ung, gets another knockdown, beautifully sprayed by Van Ung.
Not so lucky now, are you, Jie? So he's still going to be able to hold the house for now. The Reds of Deadly Strike are going to try to wrap around the other side. Crazy Boy as well as Mount Rush moves in. But Vanguard heads him up and passes out Mount Rush. So there's only Crazy Boy left. He still needs to try to get his healing up right now, but he has no frag grenades to send inside. Only smokes, whereas Crazy Boy still has trees. So he's going to try to get a deflection. Vanguard's going to try to meet him head on in the gunfight right now. Oh no, he will not hold on. As Crazy Boy successfully stops him before he could do any more damage.
That would have been a handsome clutch there against the entire squad, but it doesn't matter for NGE. They're definitely through onto the grand finals. And speaking about, here we go. UV won some of that.
Yeah, that was so unfortunate. But though Crazy Boy still managed to get a frag grenade, the knockdown, but unfortunately one shot from Unicorn Venom, and they just had 4 members just crowding onto that complex there. So there's no way he was getting out, especially not enough time for him to even get revived though. So Unicorn Venom, a very easy kill point for themselves there, and now they should be able to move on to the next safe area.
Yeah, it should be alright for them. Anyway, for UV, it's not going to be an issue because they're confirmed on to the next stage. But now, for one call, I would say they would have done enough to move on to the next unless something disastrous happened, but they should be okay for now. So they're moving into the middle of the circle where GEX is at. Now, GEX is a team that cannot afford to bow out.
Yeah, again, they are the ones who are in danger right now of being relegated. So again, they are the ones who have ample opportunity here, and having taken control of Mansion, that's literally smack dab this circle here, so they have a lot of views of what to do here. But now one call actually bumps straight into PMA. They try to get a knockdown, but Lun actually takes down Jexy instead. So one call is a little bit bogged down in this fight now. Lun pulls back, has a frag grenade sent out there, doesn't quite connect unfortunately, but it's enough to keep PMA off of his back for now. IMP coming around the outside, gets a knockdown onto Nando. Trick is attempting to use a frag grenade to try to hit him off. It sees Snox9 also coming through, but he makes it hard for him to get a headshot. He still gets a headshot anyway, and he does knock down Snox9. So PMA under trouble right now. Lun is the only one still standing.
Oh no, this could be drama here because if PMA goes out, GS could overtake them. Right now, they gotta pray that one call actually wins this fight. Now PMA has Lun still, and we know the capability of Lun and how he clutched it the other day. Lun down to 31 health. Lun needs to win the fight, but PMA is eliminated. That means GX has an opportunity to overtake them, but GX still needs to collect the points.
Yeah, there was Leo who actually picked up the last kill there, so that's perfect now for GX because there's no more resistance for them to deal with other than Jedi over there. One call gets caught out as well as PMA and E36 pours fire onto that compound and catches out both members that were still remaining, so that's one call already out in 10th place. UV in the meantime shot in the tracks right now. Dean lighting up a shot, gets a headshot, should be able to finish him off as well. There's nowhere for Sapao to run around. He's just struggling around like a cockroach, and unfortunately who has to succumb to his fate.
And that is Dean taking him out, though Sapao is now out. But anyway, it's not going to impact UV that much considering that they have collected enough points at this moment. Redsea, however, is playing for pride. They want that chicken dinner in this fight to give it back to the fans.
Yeah, again, UV is still not quite out of the woods because Redsea has smelled an opportunity here to try to get themselves, because they just already arrived through the blue zone, although Dean is still around the outside and Smell is pouring some fire onto him. SunSister, in the meantime, still under pressure here from PLM, who are moving in from the north and they're trying to gatekeep them somewhat, but unfortunately they only have this tiny compound to work out of, so they can only shoot them from a distance, and PLM is keeping their distance indeed away from them. UV forced to get into their vehicles now, had to come under fire for both Redsea as well as number one, who are pouring fire from the roads here. Smell and Sylphie trying to use the terrain and the vegetation to try to cover their approach, but still they may have to leave behind. Actually, they already picked up Smell and they dropped him off there across the road, while the rest of them, Sylphie and J-Ken, are going to try to get themselves into the circle.
Okay, so it looks like they're making a little bit of a long rotation, but yet still not in the circle because they're being held by team number one, who's shooting at them from afar. And right now we can see that there's a good amount of teams within the circle, but for GEX, I believe right now the highlight team would be GEX. And where are they? They are in the middle of the circle with the compound. They are in Mansion.
Yeah, they're literally still in play right now for this phase of the circle here. So as long as they can hold on and just let the other teams fight around them, they may have a good chance of collecting some placement points here that will allow them to get in the top 8. So that's going to be exciting to see. In the meantime, Rascal just lurking, waiting for Jungle to come on top there. Pops him a little bit. Doesn't quite get a headshot though, so that's not a knockdown on the attack all around. But that's certainly going to get their attention now as also Discret as well as Equilucia are moving up towards T5's position and are going to try to overrun them.
Okay, not only that as well, PLM could be in trouble if they get eliminated, so GX just needs to overtake those two teams, but now T5 is taking this fight against AAA, and AAA with the long range out to T5. T5 now with pressure on Skirt, tries to get his target, and Skirt still doing very well, holding onto his position.
Palm to palm, getting into the ditches here. Will finish off one member in AAA. There's still another one up on top. He's Equilucia. Undercover smoke sends a frag grenade down, and that would not connect, but Junkwab has also been taken up on the side there. Actually, no, the frag grenade does connect onto Rascal Jr., removing him from the match. Jada is going to burn himself to death, and now AAA completely getting wiped out here. Equilucia and O2 Skirt still trying to hold their own though, but O2 Skirt probably is the only one a little bit safe though, because Equilucia is literally right next door to where T5 is and is sending all the frag grenades it got, and that will connect.
Beautifully done by Panapong, taking out Escalicia, and T5 still survives, but the next opponent might be coming in. It's going to be UV or E36 on the right. Right now, both teams at a standstill, probably because they are currently in the circle, but looks like UV is making their move.
They are making the move indeed. SST actually collapses onto PLM, who had to move out in the blue zone there, and they were currently under fire. But then right now, T5 in the most precarious position right now, with a team moving up from the north and another team moving from the south here. They are still under fire though. Sylvia actually spots UV trying to come up, so he does take on Silky on the UV side. So that's already a knockdown they're forced to try to contend with here. I'm so surprised that this circle still lands on top of Gex though, because that mansion has been giving them a lot of mileage so this fight. Purple Moon Esports now having finished the fight against SST now have to face up against the Malaysians there. They do get a knockdown of Zayed, but Dean has taken down Borpo, so that leaves only one member of PLM left.
Oh, Redsea Esports on the outside circle now going up against PLM. If PLM gets eliminated, well, they should be safe enough because right now it's only GX against PMA's points. But focusing on to Redsea Esports, Purple Moon Esports seems to be in a little bit of a trouble there. Dean getting on the barbos, Papa Zai counterfire.
Oh, that frag grenade.
And be taken down. And now Thunder's needed down by Mr. Flank.
That frag grenade from Mr. Flank, so clutch there, because unfortunately he was not going to be able to get a revive through, although Fluky as well as Tanawa is still standing right now for Purple Moon. They unfortunately couldn't do anything for Bobos and Thunders. Redsea, conversely, they also lost Papa Zayed right now, so the two of them will have to continue to push on towards PLM position here, but they also are going to be overwatched by GX, who is still set up on the north side of the circle.
Oh, and they still have mentioned they still have the circle, and not only that, they got a care package that dropped right in their area, so they have everything for them. All they need to do is just hold on. Even positioning points will be enough for them to overtake PMA.
And T5 is still holding steady in that trench on the south side, and so far can you enjoy a little bit of reprieve as number one is starting to move on to down south and actually gone into contact with UV as well. So that's taking a lot of attention away and a lot of pressure off of the flank for T5. But in the meantime, PLM under fire right now. They managed to get the knockdown on Mr. Flank. Dean is going to try to give them the slip and wrap around the side. That's putting him under fire from E36 as well as GX. Fluky now desperate to try to finish up Mr. Flank here. The secure kill point will be able to do so. Dean though, he's finding himself smack dab in the middle of the field here and will get taken out by E36 XK1.
And now we're down to the top 6 teams. Of course, GX, they're praying for more teams to be eliminated so that they can rank in the placement points, and from then onwards they might overtake PMA, but we'll tabulate the scores later on. Right now, putting focus on the UV. UV wants to fight their way in, but their next target will be T5, who's in the circle. And
number one still has a full stack, so they're already moving very quickly to take control over the western side, and that's putting UV under pressure. Now they have to regroup a little bit. The vehicle's been brought up by Sylphie in order to pick up J Ken and to provide some cover as they continue this assault against number one. PLM in the meantime are now moving onto the mansion. That's going to be where GX is set up at the moment, and now they're going to be looking for a 2v1 fight here. The odds are certainly stacked against them here.
Oh yeah, so it's going to be GX now against PLM. PLM at the edge of this, but this also kind of opportunity for GX to get the points, and Yuri can knock down to Fluky. Can he get another one? If they can get the points because of PLM, they could overtake PMA.
Exactly. So this would be prime position here if they can just take down Tanawan. That would secure them a good position here. The mansion's still in play for phase 6 here, so GX doesn't really have to move too much. If anything, the pressure is on Tanawan right now of PLM in order to try to get himself out of this quandary.
Alright, right now GX, they still have PLM to farm upon. PLM is still on the outside. Right now PLM, they managed to reset themselves, but the zone is not onto their side. At the same time, we can see that E36 is on the right, needs to get in, and on the southern side, we have T5 needs to get in as well, but UV will be waiting for these two teams.
Tanawan is down. Tanawan is down, taken out by Leo. He will finish him off as well, so Fluky is the last remaining member here from the Purple Mood. Number 1, and E36 is just standing by, although Star-Lord is starting to put some fire onto Yuri's position here, so letting them, just letting GX know that their path into the circle may not be that secure. And the whole time, you know, T5's Pantabong as well as Tanadol has just been hiding inside the trenches there. Seems like E36 has not forced the issue onto them so far. Only now they started to get into a firefight right now down south, while Global Esports still scanning around, still spotting whether or not they can try to get the jump onto Star-Lord here. UV in the meantime has already moved up to the circle here. In the meantime, let's have a look over the trenches here. Oh my goodness, the frag grenades come true from Sylvia, takes out Patapong, and another shot takes out Tanadol, so T5 is out in 6th place.
And the happiest team at this moment with GX, because the points are coming in, the placement points are coming in, and enter Force 36. Right now they'll move into the circle. Their next target will be on the UV. They're playing with a disadvantage with 3 players only still alive. Fluky, the last man standing for PLM. If GS can eliminate him, it's not only about getting the kill point, but getting more placement points.
Exactly. Again, like they're in the prime spot right now to try to take this fight away from PLM. Fluky is already extremely low right now. I don't know how many health kits he still has left, but it doesn't look too good for him in terms of positioning here because the blue zone's already up against his back here and is pretty much in danger of finishing things off. Now E36 taking control over the south side now, trying to move in here to join the fight against UV versus number 1, and Jay Ken is immense amount of pressure here from both ends. He tries to run away, but will still get knocked out by Sylvie anyway. UV under trouble now. Spell is the only one left, and now he's confronted by E36.
And look at this. Look at the life standings. GX is now on number 8, so they have done enough. But let's see how far can they go. Can they secure the chicken dinner just to make it sweet for them and everyone else and all their fans? And now as Enter Force 36 gets into the circle, the next target will be number 1, and team number 1 feeling the wrath of GEX.
Yeah, Upchen and Xavier moving up the flank. Number 1, they already got 1 knockdown and an elimination. Now they try to focus on Miaoyu. They get the knockdown there as well. Sylvia XQ1 also put in the fire onto number 1 here. So Gex and the Japanese team of E36 are both working onto this Vietnamese squad. Will it get the elimination done with Upchen taking the last kill?
Oh, GEX now keeping their eye on the E36. Can they wrap things up with a chicken dinner? For now, we can see the circle does favor on the GEX. They have a little bit more control, but E36 has good spread as well, just that they don't have all their players inside the circle just yet. But then again, it does not mean that they can't put pressure on the GEX. GEX will need to stand tall, will still need to stay their footing into the circle.
The undulation out in this open area is providing ample, like just barely enough cover here for E36. As long as they don't pop their head above the dunes, they should be okay. But GX has already taken good control over the flank on the western side, so that's making it hard for E36 to try to wrap around to pick up the care package should they even want to, because that actually landed all the way south, all the way to the west outside of the circle. But nevertheless though, GX in a prime position. Yuri is still providing a base right now for them, although that still sits on the outside of this next safe zone there. But GX, certainly this is going to be their game to lose, isn't it?
Yes, this is their moment here to top it up with a chicken dinner. Right now E36 feeling the pressure, but anyway, E36 already gone through to the next round. But let's see who will take home this final chicken dinner, who will take home the glory in this final round of the last chance qualifier stage. Right now we can see there's still Starlock on the outside of the circle. The rest of GX, we only have Yuri on the outside of the northern side. Will not be challenged. He's probably going in for an off angle. Shots fired to Sylvia. Sylvia backing off.
They need to pop up the smokes now. It's now or never, because there's not going to be enough cover once GX comes over the hill, and they're already piling and regrouping over there on the western side. So that's making it hard for E36 to consider which direction they want to try to attack from. And even though Leo does have the P90, the high rate of fire should be enough to deal with some of the armor that GX has. But again, GX still has a lot more, a much better position here to try to head off E36 should they try to go for an eastern flank maneuver.
Okay, here we go. I guess we'll need to wait for the next circle shift until we see this all-out fight between these two teams. Right now, the circle is about to show itself, and I'm trying to find a target, but nobody seems to be able to see anyone.
No, again, E36 is just using that little crest over on the field in order to try to prevent themselves coming under fire from GEX. And I don't know if GEX actually still has a lot of frag grenades in their pack, actually. We focus on E36 so far, and they still have plenty of frags to try to counteract should GEX decide to go all in and try to storm the position. So really, they're just trying to regroup right now, keeping an eye out over the dunes, waiting for Global Esports to come in and just react accordingly.
Here we go, the circle shrunk, and now GEX still has majority of their players inside the circle, whereas for E36, they're still playing by the rim of it, just slightly on the outside, and the moment they move forward, GEX can shoot them down because GEX has all the angles covered.
And Yuri is still hanging back there, and he's ready to snipe anyone, maybe Starlord or Deva, should they try to move eastwards. So that's perfect positioning now for GEX to keep E36 suppressed and keep them within the edge of the blue zone. And that's going to be crucial now because none of E36 is able to dip their toes even into this next safe zone here, and that's making it very hard for them to actually mount an assault position onto GEX. And especially with them being spread out like that, GEX certainly have this entire circle on lock. So now they're going to be popping off the smokes here into the middle, hoping to try to cover the approach, while in the meantime Leo is going to try to come around the side there. He almost got spotted by XK as well as Starlord, but then again, if he can cover off that eastern flank, I think it might just be all over for E36.
Well, E36 says it's not over yet as they try to get into the
headshots
by Leo. He managed to get one. Can he get a second one? Here we go, Leo. Leo switches to SLR. Leo gets 2 knockdowns back to back.
That's 2 knockdowns, but I think that might be enough. E36 under massive trouble right now. Our Starlord trying to hold his own, but Gex, Savior, as well as Upchan, they're just going ahead and pouring everything they have. Starlord's going to get picked up with a headshot. Chicken dinner here for GEX, Global Esports Xsset.
And because of that chicken dinner, they are surely they have booked their tickets onto the grand finals. Congratulations to Global Esports Xsset. This is the perfect ending to the LCQ for them.
Yeah, also, I also kind of like didn't consider this as well. Enter Force 36 is also still in the top 8, and they may also still maintain their position there. Nevertheless, even though they lost out this chicken dinner, so I think it's still a fantastic news for the Japanese squad here. But the teams that's certainly going to be in danger is certainly EXO Clan is definitely going to be out of the way now. PMA as well didn't quite perform as well as we expected. I mean, again, once we get to the overall leaderboard here, I mean, I think it's going to be a bit of a bloodbath for anyone who is like below that 60-point marker.
Alright, let's check out the highlights from our final round in the LCQ stage. And the first fight happened inside Yasnaya Polyana. It was New Generation Esports trying to defend this area against 310. And at the other day, it was a long standoff fight. Not really a standoff, a lot of movement here, but it was a long fight between these two.
Yeah, Fab, oh, look at that. Just turning well 180 degrees. Almost finishes off Wesker as well, but unfortunately, the last shot didn't quite connect it that well. But Hakai still came through with the frag grenades here, and that made it so hard for them to keep this urban fight going on. And Van just had to take one for the team a little bit there, but nevertheless, we'll be able to come up House after that engagement. And PMA, oh, what a sad case for them, though, in this fight, because they got themselves caught out while they're trying to maneuver. NHE, like, they also tried to get the jump onto Theeerathon FIVE, but they seem to have themselves very much in a good position here by the ditch. And Rossitet Jr. catching out Hakai there, just really much just systematically eliminated NGE in this fight.
It was kind of anticlimactic as well for EXO Clan if you kind of think about it. Like, they still had the opportunity to bring it to the top 8, but they went out very, very early. Because of that, they are surely eliminated from the top 8. So we hope that we'll be able to see them in future tournaments.
Yeah, PMA tried to collide onto one call here, and Trick, you know, being the spoiler, actually popped off Snox 29 when they tried to go for the flank, and that worked out well. Dean had a perfect shot here to take out Sapao, and I think that opened up the floodgates for UV to get overwhelmed by Redsea later on in that fight. And Theeerathon FIVE did well to try to suppress AAA, although that fight ended up being a lot worse for them because 2 people got eliminated in this engagement here, and that put T5 in a bad rather in a disadvantaged position that didn't allow them to control the fights in the circle.
Yeah, and speaking about the circle, this was one of the few final moments whereby it's between GX as well as E36. And E36, they had no room. Their only way was to get the circle was just to drive in, but they all landed on the crosshairs of GX, and that's how GX wrapped up the game with a chicken dinner and also their ticket into the grand final.
Yeah, but nothing is definite yet until the official results come out, mind you. So, my God, we're still going to be waiting with bated breath right now to see who will be the 8 teams that will join the other top 8 going to the grand finals. So, mind you, like, it's been like a crazy 5 days of PUBG here, my man. So, wow, I mean, there's going to be a lot to analyze, a lot of data to swift through here, especially if you're one of the teams that are going to be going to the grand finals. There's certainly a lot of analysis to be done now because we've basically only got like 4 days of reprieve before the grand final starts again. So, a very quick turnaround, I will feel, for this tournament.
If you think this is crazy, imagine what will happen inside the grand finals when you put the best of the best against each other. It will be insane.
It will be insane indeed. I mean, it was 5 days straight of more action going on there between the top 16 overall in this PUBG Asia Super Cup. So, I mean, wow, with the whole journey having now starting to come to a close a little bit, have you kind of any thoughts, you know, that you'd like to share, or rather things that kind of stood out to you so far in the entirety of this tournament here?
I think we saw a lot of good quality gameplays, whether it's individual gameplays or whether it's team gameplays. Like I think a lot of notable ones like Lun Lun and all that had very great individual gameplays, and it surprised all of us. But I also appreciate the fact that all these teams, they are well coordinated with each other. Like they know how to like open up and play as a squad. And when you say playing as a squad, it's not like all climbing up with each other and just run and take fights. No, they know how to like, okay, you position here, 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 and then we just enclose from there. So I appreciate the fact that tactical-wise, a lot of them are on point.
Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. GX as well as E36 are both tied in points here, surprisingly, because E36 actually netted themselves more kills compared to GEX, which is fair enough. They themselves got through quite a few scraps before they got to the final phase anyway, so kudos to them, even though they only got 6 placement points, that 13 they got in kills is enough to keep them, I think, in the running for the top 8 here. T5 has only been able to make it to number 3 right now with 10 points. Now let's see further down the board here. We got Unicorn Venom in 7th place with 6 points, tying it up together with team number 1. Redsea Esports gets themselves on the first page, but still only 5 points. So in the grand scheme of things, that's not gonna move the needle too much with them.
And GE has been learning a thing or two from Purple Mood Esports, only taking in kill points and not having a care for placement points. So there's going to be 7 for them, putting them onto number 5 in this match leaderboard series. But on the other end, of course, is EXO Clan, who went out early, so no points at all for them in this round. This could mean that they are eliminated, but we will get the official total scores very, very soon. Other than that, teams like PMA only managed to get 3 kill points and no placement points at all. But we just got a queue for the overall results, and this is where it all matters. So drum roll, people!
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go find out who will be the top 8 to get into the grand finals to join with the top 8 from the group stage. Purple Mood Esports just barely made it, ladies and gentlemen. 62 points, enough to stay ahead of PMA as well as EXO Clan, and that means that the PLM attack all around also drew into the top 8 here, ladies and gentlemen, and it's satisfying to see that the Thai teams are still able to hang in there.
Who needs placement points if you're PLM? You only depend on... Okay, so they're like, what, 50 kill points, and 50 kill points, only like 2 teams they are above them. So, in terms of kill points, so, I mean, PLM, they know how to play this game. They know how to play the other route of this game, I would say.
Oh, it just feels so bad for PMA though, because they missed out on getting to the grand finals by like what 6 points in total. I mean, if they found 6 points somewhere else, perhaps it would be in a different compensation. The EXO Clan, I feel, is like has been the most unlucky so far in this tournament because they've never been in the top 8. in the overall leaderboards as far as I could remember, and this was like the closest they've ever come to actually securing a slot to the grand finals. Just wasn't meant to be with them getting bowed out from the get-go in this final match here, so it's such a big shame. One call as well, they dropped quite heavily actually in the grand scheme of things, but not enough to knock them out in this tournament here. Although if AAA and PLM continued to get that rise, and if PMA had a much better round, maybe even a chicken dinner here, maybe they might have been able to knock one call off. But you know, one call had a brilliant run in the first day of the last chance qualifiers, so that effort was more than enough to keep them in the running. E36 as well as Global Esports Xsset also makes their way into the top 8. In fact, E36 made their way to a top score line of 84 here, so they're actually quite competitive with both Unicorn Venom, with Theeerathon FIVE, as well as new Generation Esports.
And for the record, all Thai teams made it into the grand finals. And here's the confirmation, ladies and gentlemen. The grand final teams that will be competing on May 24th until May 28th is going to be The Expendables, Q Confirm, Daytrade Gaming, Genius Esports, Cerberus Esports, E-Arena, Made in Thailand, Archangel Predator, New Generation Esports, Theeerathon FIVE, Unicorn Venom, Enter Force 36, One Call, Global Esports Xsset, Attack All Around, and Purple Moon Esports.
I mean, what is that? That's like seven teams from Thailand all qualified into the grand finals here. 4 teams from Vietnam. We got a team from Japan in Enter Force 36. One call also representing the Indonesian pride there by being able to eat their way into the main events. Global Esports Xsset probably didn't expect that the journey to get to the grand finals would be this hard, but they still made it anyway. Archangel Predator, of course, were the ones who successfully made them run throughout the group stage and also secured the slot. So I would say this is a healthy competition we have over here, although it's still stark to actually see that so many of these Thai teams are actually qualified as grand finals here.
Oh man, this is scary now. So in the grand finals we have so many Thais, in fact all of them qualified. This just shows that the Thai dominance in this tournament. But then again, in the grand finals, there can only be one winner at the end of the day. Could it be the Thais? Could it be the Japanese? Could it be the Indonesians or the Vietnamese? We won't know until next week.
Yeah, that's going to be one for you guys to watch out for. But for our part, you know, we'd like to thank all of you for joining us along with this journey here, and also on behalf of everyone involved in making this stream happen for you guys, for the team that's been working hard behind the scenes to get the production done. We apologize for all the inconveniences caused throughout the broadcast here. I know it's been a bit of a struggle, you know, but nevertheless, I still feel glad that we managed to still pull through. We still got to witness a lot of amazing plays and amazing games, and just all around like great performances from these teams here regardless of that. And we hope that you guys will be able to forgive us for any sort of mistakes that happen on our part.
Yes, and whatever it is, we appreciate you joining us for this broadcast. We hope to see you again next week, so make sure you mark your calendars correctly, because by the end of next week we will crown the champions of PUBG Asia Super Cup.
Yeah.
So I guess that's all for us for today. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the amazing Victor. We'll be seeing you next week. Bye-bye, and don't forget to love our tappers. Tappies.
Top ears.
Yeah,
Top ears.
there you
Yeah, top ears are very fun. Very cute.